The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. The first speaker today is Evangel Yanawim.
Hallelujah, greetings. Eve Angel Yah Nubian. Hallelujah, greetings, everybody. As a crimes against humanity descendant, Jim Crow genocide survivor with untreated heart, mind, and subjugated syndrome, blackface, poverty damage, a twin victims of the American genocidal Holocaust, along with the Native Americans. I'm tired of justice delayed, justice denied policies like the 1980 CPS consent decree that the city entered into and then fought against it for 23 years until Chief Judge Charles Kokoros dismissed it, ruling that there was not enough white students to integrate the schools, although that was not the major concern anyway. Now, the same thing is happening with justice delayed, justice denied when it comes to the police consent decree and the 3-year extension that this administration has done. When it comes to the slavery disclosure ordinance, we indigenous, we want the disclosure ordinance, when it comes to the slavery discovery ordinance, we want it enforced, especially when it's dealing with the casino finalists. We want them to have that disclosed and that the reparations committee should come up with a plan to deal with that. In conclusion, as INBAR, Indigenous Native Black American Rights, we support the increase in fines for ethnic violations. I object to the lottery system of public participation because this is the only group that had to be sued in the first place so that the public could have a say-so. And the lottery is based on the open mic bias of the mayor. And we intend to go to court and ask the judge to take care of ruling on that particular fundamentally unfair system. And in addition, I object to having to be up on the 3rd floor and not be able to see the people that we have elected to serve us. There's no reason why we should not be able to see the people in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anubian, for your comments. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Dennis Butler.
Okay, good day, city leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Some call me Coach Butler. I shall get right to the point. The 16th Ward referendum question on the ballot in the 2018 general election voted yes by 85%, asked, should the city of Chicago be required to provide full funding for the creation of a sanctioned National Junior College Athletic Association NJCAA baseball team at Kennedy King College to begin no later than 2020 baseball season. The team had begun until COVID-19. The pandemic put all the city baseball teams on postponement. High schools and colleges, including Olive Harvey College baseball team. Every other team was reinstated except Kennedy Kings. The 16th Ward constituents would appreciate the Kennedy King College baseball team reinstated because we realize the effect it will have on our community and frankly, the Chicago communities. As most of you know, the positive value characteristics an individual might gain such as cooperation, time and stress management, self-confidence, persistence or perseverance, educational motivation or scholarship, respect for themselves and respect for others, while bringing a vein of hope and aspiration to our city. Since the initiative was created by the 16th Ward voters, we righteously ask that the 16th Ward Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman be granted whatever influence she desires of the team. This would give the team a better chance of success. This is a time-sensitive matter because recruiting should begin while the CPS high school season is still going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler, for your comments. Our next speaker is Shelley King Sims.
Good morning, Mayor Lori Lightfoot. Are you listening, Mayor? Can she stop talking to you? Can you listen? Can I have your undivided attention? Because this is very important. I'm the same one the last time that spoke highly of your performance and the police here as well. Unfortunately, this time it's not the same because I have called many times where I'm at. I'm in the Gold Coast. It's more like Good Times. It's more like Good Times, the episodes of Good Times. At 150 West Maple Point. It's a lot of violence. I have called the police more than 100 times. I don't get a whole lot of help all the time. Everybody's not like Sergeant Peter down here where you at for several reasons. And I have talked to down at 60 East Van Buren. I have more than 125 texts to Mary Howard, the chief executive. I have a lot of I've called many times to James Beasley. I could not get Tracy Scott. I think the things that's going on at 150 Maple is inhumane. I think it goes against my civil rights. My civil rights has been violated. I have came down here more than 30 times to see you, Mayor Lightfoot. I think it's a shame. This is not 1802. This is 2022. And I think it's a travesty and sad commentary the way Black people is treated at 150 West Maple. Because the Caucasians not being treated like that. The Hispanics not being treated like that. And I think it's a travesty. It's a travesty in this day and age that we can be treated so hostile, so inhumane, with so much violence. I have called the police many times down there. I think some of them think that you don't like them or whatever, and I love you, Alderman Burnett, because I love God, and God is the God of authority. Alderman Burnett, I went to him many times. He like Harold Washington. He's not really crazy about you. So, and I love, Mayor Lightfoot. I'm really for your cause. I know Will Nelson is trying to get in the office as well. But William Barnett, the Alderman Burnett, I went down there many times to his office about the violence at 150 West Maple. Nothing was done. They're very nasty and evil at Alderman Burnett office. Nothing has been done down there. I ask you, Mayor Lightfoot, when you look into I'm Shelley Sims King. When you look into my calls, I'm the same one we saluted each other the last time. I have been down here 30 times trying to see you. When you call Mary Howard, Emily Wolcott, Carrie Stanbrook, I couldn't get Tracy Scott, James Beasley. They did nothing for me at all. They did nothing. And I think it's a travesty again, let me reiterate. It is imperative in 2022 that Black people can no longer be treated like that. I don't believe in violence. I love everybody. I love the officers. I don't want to see Chicago without officers, and not all of them again is racist, not all of them. However, it's inhumane the way that I am being treated. I don't believe in violence of any sort. I do not believe in violence to go against my belief at all. So it is inhumane the way I'm being treated at 150 West Maple Point.
Thank you, Ms. Sims, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Mac Wallace. Mark Wallace.
Good morning to the members of the City Council. Good morning to the mayor. I am here to speak about a scourge that has been on the city of Chicago and now has expanded out to the suburban areas of the Chicagoland area. Photo enforcement of red light cameras and speed cameras are a scourge, and it has been rooted in corruption. It started in corruption, and it cannot be reformed. There is no way to reform a policy that is rooted in rot. The only way to fix this is to rid our city of it. There have been 5 independent studies that has substantiated that photo enforcement of red light cameras and speed cameras provide little to no safety. What it does provide for is hundreds of millions of dollars for private interest. We should not be privatizing our public traffic safety or our public commons. This is not what government should be doing. Mayor Lightfoot campaigned on a promise that she would not use fines and fees, and in particular, red light cameras and speed cameras, to balance the budget on the backs of the poor. And that is precisely what she has done by making a unilateral decision excluding the city council members from having a voice and a vote on a public policy. Today, the city council and the mayor and the floor leader should call to the floor the amendment that Alderman Anthony Bill has put forth for a vote so that the city council members can have their voice heard and they can vote on a policy that is impacting their constituents. Now, the mayor made this decision to lower the speed limit from 10 miles an hour to 6 miles an hour over the speed limit in the wake she had received a study that was done by the University of Illinois at Chicago that told her that Black communities, in particular poor communities, are ticketed at twice the rate of largely populated white communities. This was before she lowered the speed limit from 10 miles an hour to 6 miles an hour. She decided to reject and ignore that study and move forward with that policy that has now increased tickets by 665% a day. We went from 1,700 tickets a day to now more than 9,000 tickets a day. Senior citizens are calling us and telling us that they're getting multiple tickets when they've never gotten it in their life.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace, for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Yana Simba.
Honorable City Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ayana Simba, and I'm the City Programs Director for the Illinois Environmental Council, a nonprofit that represents over 100 different environmental organizations across the state, including some that you may hear from today. I'm concerned about the ordinance being put forth by the Mayor's Office to address water affordability. Certainly, this measure is in the right direction, including several provisions that orgs and residents have advocated for, including reinstating the Meter Save program, a permanent ban on water shutoffs, and a ban on water privatization. However, it is missing critical pieces that would ensure long-term water affordability for all Chicago residents. Firstly, it does not do enough to address water debt relief. In 2020, the city introduced the Utility Billing Relief Program, which provides water debt relief and bill discounts. However, I am disappointed to not see the eligibility of UBR expanded under this proposed ordinance. This proposed measure should expand the Utility Billing Relief Program to include 3 flat homes and renters. Further, this measure does not explicitly ban the practice of placing liens on homes of people due to unpaid water debt. Second, while installing water meters does not address the urgent need for does address the long-term need for cost savings for households and water conservation broadly, the measure neglects the larger need for equitable investment in water infrastructure improvements and maintenance. Further, this ordinance doesn't consider the efficiencies that could be reaped by coordinating meter installation with water infrastructure improvements, including lead service line replacement and water main replacement. In short, this ordinance contains many of the elements community advocates have advocated for over the last 5 years. However, it falls short on the measures needed to truly ensure long-term water access and affordability for Chicago residents. IEC looks forward to working with the Mayor's Office and the rest of City Council to pass meaningful and comprehensive water affordability policy. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Simba, for your comments. Our next speaker is Lucretia Burtz.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I just want to say I'm a little confused about the public comment process. I'm here in the building, but I also had registered online. And I just wish I would have had the heads up that people who registered in person would speak first. So just wanted to note that, please note that. So I'll go ahead with my comments. Greetings, City Council of Chicago and Madam Mayor Lightfoot. I speak today as a private citizen. I am here because I have concerns about the city's new interim commission for public safety and police accountability. To be clear, I am personally dissatisfied by the council's delay to finalize a commission list, and I have serious reservations about the composition of the commission. Given the fact that there were a few worthy candidates who were disqualified early in the application process. Let me start with the disqualified candidates. 3 notable candidates I like to highlight are, number 1, Arewa Karen Winters, who is the aunt of Pierre Lowry, a 16-year-old who was killed by Chicago police in April 2016. Number 2, Michael Harrington, a Black retired educator and a community leader. And lastly, number 3, Aaron Gottlieb, a professor and criminal legal scholar. These candidates seem to have been removed because of their diligent work on the city's use of force work group. Their serious volunteer work disqualifies them, yet somehow former Alderman Patrick O'Connor, who has had decades to change police culture, has made the list. How is this fair? While I'm very bothered by the blocking of the candidates I just mentioned on the use of force work group, as well as the dismissal of other strong candidates like Carlil Pittman, Devonta Boston, Jason Maddox, and Michelle Page Jones, I would still like to see the city move forward with confirming the final list of commissioners immediately. The special commission should have been reviewed and confirmed 4 months ago. I understand that aldermen have other matters to attend to. However, as someone directly impacted by police brutality, I wonder what kind of peace will we gain if our politicians regarded police crimes with a similar sense of urgency that our nation gives to fight violent leaders in other countries like Vladimir Putin. U.S. residents are being harmed and killed by officers in our own country daily. According to reports published a few months ago, national fatal police shootings are at an all-time high, with 1,055 people shot by police in 2021. Community members have done our part. We have marched in the streets for victims, given recommendations to politicians, and applied to the Police Accountability Commission. The ECPS ordinance itself is a testament to our community work. Community members helped to craft this policy, and we fought for it to come to fruition because we refuse to turn a blind eye to police brutality. Making sure the interim commission is strong and has enough time to do its job is now on you. The city council should move swiftly to vote on the 14 candidates put before the Rules Committee. And Mayor Lightfoot, I hope the final 7 you select are in line step with what the people on the ground are
Ms. Burks,
marching
thank
and
you very
praying and
much for your
organizing for.
comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Baldwin.
Good morning. I too am here to make some comments regarding the recent release of the 14 names for the interim commission of the ECPS ordinance, Empowering Communities for Public Safety. Mayor Lightfoot and the City Council, you have before you a historic moment to create change not only in Chicago, but across the world. Policing cannot continue to be a job where people are given unlimited right to harass, humiliate, degrade, and kill citizens that they serve. We are pleased to see that this list has been given, but now the mayor must choose to fulfill her duties and keep her word. You must ensure that this commission is not another display of a political balancing act. This ordinance requires that the commission be an independent body that will make interest of the community its primary focus. It must be composed of people who are unafraid to hold CPD accountable. What we see in Chicago now is a broken system. We just saw this week dozens of cases dismissed because of police malfeasance. With this ordinance, you have an opportunity to fix an entirely and utterly broken system. Do not miss this opportunity, for too many lives are at stake. Mayor, oftentimes I hear you speak of groups that you won't talk to, or I hear organizers speak about how you ignore their request for a meeting. frankly, I think that everyone should take a hard look at this city and what's happening here every weekend. You have a responsibility, and now is not the time to tell people that you won't talk to them or give them meetings when they're hard at work trying to make 77 communities safer so that we are indeed one Chicago and not simply a city that raises the bridges to protect the people downtown and on the north side when things become a little bit contentious due to your continued lack of providing resources that are much needed throughout the city. So please take this seriously and pick the 7 people that best represent this commission. And quite frankly, I agree with Lucretia Burt. Alderman Patrick O'Connor could definitely not be one of those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baldwin, for your comments. Our next speaker is Sarah Punjami.
Hi, my name is Sahara Panjwani, and I am a resident in the 5th Ward, where Alderwoman Leslie Harrison is my alderwoman. I'm also a member of the CBA Coalition, or the Community Benefits Agreement Coalition, and I'm here to speak on the coalition's demand for housing protections for residents of South Shore and Woodlawn. Even though the Woodlawn Housing Preservation Ordinance was passed in September 2020, the 52 lots for affordable housing have yet to be set aside in the neighborhood. Mayor Lightfoot needs to give the residents in Woodlawn all of the vacant lots on 63rd east of Cottage Grove, including the lots at 63rd and Blackstone, which are the lots with the highest density and will allow for the highest number of units of affordable housing. Plus, we want all of the lots now. There is no time to wait or to give us the lots in small phases like the city has proposed. Folks are already beginning to feel the effects of rising prices, and the longer you delay, the less time residents have to secure stable living situations. Additionally, we need a CBA ordinance in the South Shore neighborhood. Even though 77% of the residents in South Shore are renters, they have been missing in the city's conversations surrounding affordable housing. This leaves a huge gap in policies the city is currently proposing for South Shore. We need a CBA in order to prevent renters from being priced and pushed out of the neighborhood. There are also longtime homeowners who have lived in South Shore for their entire lives and seniors who are at risk of being pushed out of their neighborhood because of rising prices. We are asking for certain measures to be passed in our ordinance to ensure that folks who call South Shore home can continue to do so after the presidential center is built. These include expanded protections for tenants, establishing a cash rental assistance program to support families who are evicted from their homes every year. This is especially important because South Shore is the #1 neighborhood for evictions in the city. Financial support for homeowners and condo owners, financial support for low-income residents looking to buy through the establishment of a Renew South Shore program, setting aside publicly owned vacant lots in South Shore for deeply affordable housing, affordability requirements for new housing development, and tools to hold landlords accountable, and also support for mom and pop landlords. Mayor Lightfoot, if you're serious about equity and ensuring that Chicago remains livable for all Chicagoans, then you will act now on the CBA Coalition's sensible policy demands to protect South Shore residents from displacement, and you will set aside the 52 lots in Woodlawn that will allow for the most affordable units to be built. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Punjwani, for your comments. Our next speaker is Joy Bunton.
Hi, my name is Joy Bunton. I'm in South Shore, 5th Ward, speaking on behalf of the NAACP Chicago South Side Branch and People's Response Network. I'm begging the mayor and alders, especially Black and Latino caucus members who haven't co-sponsored, to pass the Rebuild Public Health in Communities, formally Take the Vaccine to the People Ordinance, O 2021-1214, introduced by Alderman Byron Cecil Lopez and co-authored by Mayor Harold Washington's deputy and assistant public health commissioners, Drs. Barbara Norman and Howard Ehrman, MPH, respectively. It's languishing in Rules Committee, but it's a jobs program, not a mandate. It would help rebuild our public health infrastructure back to what it was under the late Mayor Harold Washington, whose 100th birthday we celebrated. Thousands of local residents would be hired to work good-paying union jobs for the Chicago Department of Public Health, community-based organizations like South Shore Work, and federally qualified health centers. It would reduce the existing racial disparities with respect to vaccines, testing, and masks in communities most impacted, which are primarily Black and Latino, increasing access at work, school, and churches, ending extra time spent commuting, making appointments, and dependency on internet access. The Chicago COVID dashboard misleads us to think Blacks and Latinos have fewer cases and lower positivity rates than whites, when we're the most hospitalized and dying. Our ordinance would fix those disparities because what we're currently doing ain't working. I have interstitial lung disease and other comorbidities, which put me at high risk of long COVID, being hospitalized or death. Long COVID can be debilitating and disabling even if one isn't in a hospital. Even though I've had the 4th booster, lifting indoor vaccine and mask mandates while the more contagious BA2 is dominant still puts me and many others like me at risk. After 2 shots, I still didn't have enough antibodies because my immunosuppressants impacted the Pfizer vaccine's efficacy. My rheumatologist at University of Chicago has a patient who had a booster and still has 0 antibodies to protect against COVID. Surely we're not alone, especially among those who lack coverage, let alone a specialist, and don't know if they have enough antibodies to fight being vaccine boosted. People like us who are most vulnerable are being subject to a Russian roulette trying to stay safe from COVID. 60649, predominantly Black and has the 2nd worst vaccine rate. At least 217 people have died, which is an undercount. And people who die at home or elsewhere outside the hospital aren't tested for COVID. Since I'm on disability and a renter because I had to sell my condo, I'm also personally requesting the mayor work with the Obama CBA coalition to pass a community benefits agreement for South Shore to protect residents against gentrification and displacement. And I support the Just Cause eviction ordinance, especially since 60649 has the highest eviction rate in Chicago. And my landlord still hasn't received the rental assistance that I was approved for months ago. So in honor of Harold Washington, please pass the Rebuild Public Health Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunton, for your comments. Our next speaker is Anna Castle.
Hi, can you hear me on the phone?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Annalisa Castle, Policy Director for Clean Water and Equity at the Alliance for the Great Lakes. I'm here to provide comment on Mayor Lightfoot's water ordinance being introduced today. I think it's important to note that from water affordability to household water debt, lead service lines, Chicago is facing serious legacy water challenges and has an opportunity to show leadership on all of these issues. Exciting to see the mayor's proposed water ordinance bans the inhumane practice of shutting off residential water service as a punitive measure for non-payment. Mayor Lightfoot was right to listen to advocates and issue the moratorium on water shutoffs early in her first term. Codifying a permanent ban is the appropriate and necessary next step. It is also good to see the ordinance would resume household water meter installation. Metered rates will offer cost savings to residents, and meters must be deployed equitably across the city. Broad uptake will create an opportunity to design and implement more equitable rate structures that incorporate volumetric rates, incentivize conservation, and ease burden on household water users. But without addressing water affordability and existing household water debt, the ordinance misses the opportunity to effectively build on 2 other related water developments in Chicago, both of which are important and demand additional progress now. First, Chicago has finally started to replace toxic lead service lines, which carry water from mains to approximately 400,000 homes. And second, Chicago established the Utility Billing Relief Program, which offers discounted bills and a pathway to water debt relief for low-income homeowners. The city has an opportunity to further build on this foundation and actualize the promise of safe, clean, affordable water for all. This starts by expanding eligibility for the Utility Billing Relief Program, as advocates have called for through the Environmental Equity Working Group under the mayor's office and as part of the Water for All Coalition. It appears the ordinance misses the opportunity to address Chicago's need for expanded relief, and we do need it. Chicago water rates have increased 3-fold in the span of a decade, and Chicagoans owe over $421 million in water debt, with 60% of that concentrated in majority Black zip codes. The failure to ban the practice of issuing liens for water debt means that people can lose their homes over their inability to pay climbing water bills, sometimes for water they don't even trust to drink, and often for quantities they don't even use. The Utility Billing Relief Program should be expanded to support working class families, including those in multi-unit buildings. This missed opportunity is especially disappointing as Chicago, hopefully, picks up momentum in lead service line replacement, which is significantly more expensive under Chicago's calculations than in most other American cities and is likely to increase cost burden. This work is crucial for public health, but threatens to further exacerbate disparities in water burden, with low-income households paying a disproportionate amount of their income for water access. Water meters are a necessary but insufficient part of addressing Chicago's water affordability challenges and must be paired with debt relief, assistance, and deeper affordability strategies. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Castle, for your comments. Our next speaker is Eleanor Gormelli.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Welcome, we can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Elena Gormley, and I am a social worker and a colleague of Ms. Anjanette Young, a licensed clinical social worker, and one of the most dedicated change agents that I have ever met. I am commenting today because it is critical that City Council pass the Anjanette Young Ordinance and enact basic common sense reforms regarding how CPD conducts search warrants in Chicago. I want to note how many of the people commenting today have been commenting about issues with public safety and law enforcement. Many social workers, myself included, carry significant secondary trauma from our work, which is essential and also extremely demanding, especially now. No social worker should also have to fear for their life or safety due to police raiding the wrong home due to faulty intelligence information that CPD did not verify. What happened to Anjanette Young cannot ever happen to anyone else in Chicago ever again. And one of my most formational experiences as a social work student was spending a year providing nutrition assistance to Russian-speaking refugees from the former Soviet Union in James Kappelman's ward. These families left stable jobs and still experienced significant financial hardship because they saw America as a place where there are supposed to be rules on paper to prevent police from raiding homes at all hours of the night. Chicago has many social workers on City Council, and I do find it very disappointing that not every social worker on City Council has co-sponsored the Anjanette Young Ordinance. Every single social worker across micro, meso, and macro areas of practice is required to uphold every standard of our Code of Ethics, including the mandate to act to end all forms of oppression and discrimination under Standard 6.04D. I am calling on City Council to move with urgency and to pass the Anjanette Young Ordinance without delay and provide provide the basic reforms to search warrants that every Chicagoan deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gormelli, for your comments. Our final speaker is Barbara Norman.
Barbara, please press *6 to unmute.
Good morning to the Mayor Lightfoot and City Council. I am presenting on the ordinance, the People's Ordinance, and given that the presentation has been presented, I will defer my comments for the next month where we have additional information. I thank you and appreciate you for allowing me this opportunity. Thank you. God bless you all. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Norman, for your comments. Your Honor, there are no other speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Concludes the public comment period. Next up, communications. The clerk will.
Communications from Her Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of housing revenue bonds for the development of an affordable housing project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funding for improvements at various schools. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement with Build, Inc. for cost reimbursement. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Aviation, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of concession agreements for services at O'Hare International Airport. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a Neighborhood Opportunity Fund redevelopment agreement with Bubbly Dynamics LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Water Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the municipal code to establish a voluntary water meter installation program to prohibit water shutoff with 2 committees being called. The matter will go to rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here with a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing a favorable tax status for specified properties located in the city. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of agreement with Data Made for the development of an online city-owned and land sale platform. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Assets, Information, and Services, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of right of entry and use agreements with various entities for the city's continued use of property. Favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property located at 6831-39 South Halsted Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding outdoor entertainment venues. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the expenditure of open space impact fee funds for environmental cleanup and floating garden projects. Your favorable consideration of this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to the Board of Health. Your favorable consideration of these appointments be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments of the Advisory Council on Equity. Your favorable consideration of these appointments be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Refer to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to the Advisory Council on LGBTQ+ issues. Your favorable consideration of these appointments be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Danae N. Kovac as a member of the Advisory Council on New Americans for a term effective immediately and expiring February 19, 2025. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments of the Advisory Council on Veterans. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit herewith appointments to the Advisory Council on Women. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Health and Human Relations. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Funding loan notification regarding City of Chicago multifamily housing revenue note, Park Boulevard 3B Series 2021. Office of the Inspector General's first quarter report for year 2022. Office of the Inspector General follow-up and audit report on Chicago Fire Department's policies and practices related to discrimination and sexual harassment, and notice of modification of sale of cable service area and filing of application by RCN Telecom Services of Illinois LLC for state-issued authorization to provide cable service. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council to all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on March 23, 2022, and which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form, or one and more newspapers were published in pamphlet form on April 27, 2022, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I also informed the City Council that the call for the special meeting and the matters considered by the City Council on March 28, 2022, which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form, or in one or more newspapers were published in pamphlet form, on April 27, 2022, by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal of the Proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action, zoning reclassifications of particular areas, which referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, and claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will defer resolutions until after miscellaneous business. We're going to go right to committee reports and start with the Committee on Finance. Chairman Wegesman.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which met on April 25th, 2022. I'll be going out of order for the purposes of establishing a reference vote. So item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $550,000 for eligible costs of various restoration and site access improvements at William Bosley Park, located at 3044 South Bonfield Street in the 11th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee, and if no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move to concur with the recommendation of the committee by a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, please initiate the roll call through electronic voting.
Hold on.
Please use the e-vote application to record your vote, members of the body.
One second. They're opening the vote. 1 second. We're opening the vote. And remember to refresh your screen as well. The voting is now open. The voting is now open. If you have an issue with your device, please raise your hand and we will send someone from tech support.
Alderman LaSpada, Alderwoman Silverman, Alderwoman Smith.
Alderman Silverstein, make sure you press refresh as well.
Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, you can hit it. And then
Okay, there you go. Is it working now? Okay, refresh. Please hit refresh. Daniel Espada came through.
He's calling for a vote on item number 3. He said,
Which item is?
It's Anna.
double check with him, but
Anna. It's item
3.
890.
We have a number of members who have their hands raised. Staff.
Alderman Dow, Alderman Riley.
Alderman Silverstein. The chair recognizes Chairman Wegesback.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, we did go out of order to vote on item number 3.
Okay, we are going to end this vote because we're moving to item 3, so we're going to actually repost the vote for item 3. So stop voting. We're going to keep your hands raised if you're having tech support. We are going to repost a new vote for item 3.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's item 3 on the Finance Committee agenda. Item 3. Alderman Lopez, are you raising your hand in need of tech support or to be recognized? Yes, sir. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we have the roll call as a voice vote while we?
I will still take a voice vote by the
Anna.
Yeah, we can do that.
You just gotta.
Okay. So, Stacy, I'm gonna do a voice vote. I'm gonna go down the line, and you guys are gonna plug it in for that. You have it up there? It's open. Yes, open the vote. And then I will call each roll and then roll. Okay.
Madam Clerk,
roll call.
in light of the technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen,
I'm going to just do
Madam
it through
Clerk,
here.
in light of
Yes.
the technical difficulties, as Alderman Lopez suggests, let's do the roll call by a voice vote,
Okay.
in the interest of time.
Okay. We're going to do a voice vote. Alderman Lopez asked for a voice vote on item 3. This is
Item 3 of the
item
Finance
3. I'm going to take a voice, Alderman Lopez requested a voice vote, so I'm going to do a roll call voice vote. Old school, we're going back old school, since Alderman Lopez requested a voice vote.
Let's go.
Okay. Alderman Laspada. Alderman Laspada is an aye. Alderman Hopkins. Alderman Hopkins, oh, not here. Alderman Dow. Alderman Dow is an aye. Alderman King. Alderman Hairston. Alderman Sawyer. Alderman Mitchell. Alderman Harris. Alderman Beal. Alderman Salowski Garza. Alderman Lee. Alderman Cardenas. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Burke. Alderman Lopez. Alderman Coleman. Alderman Moore. Alderman Curtis. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman Taylor. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Rodriguez. Alderman Tabarez. Alderman Scott. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Alderman Maldonado. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Irvin. Alderman Talaferro. Alderman Raboyes. Alderman Cardona. Alderman Wagaspack. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez. Alderman Austin. Alderman Ramirez Rosa. Alderman Villegas. Alderman Mitz. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Nugent. Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Napolitano. Alderman Riley. I don't see him here. Alderman Smith. Alderman Tunney. Alderman Gardner. Alderman Tunney, I have you for attendance. Alderman Kappelman. Alderman Martin. Alderman Osterman. Alderman Haddon. Alderman Silverstein. I will also update this in e-voting so we can have transparency for the rest of the guests.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 0. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman for the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wagaspack.
Madam President, returning to the regular order, item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning intent and authority to record bond inducement language regarding 2018 wastewater revenue bonds. The item received favorable approval by the committee with the exception of Alderman Lopez wishing to vote no. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Noting Alderman Lopez's objection and no other objections, so moved.
Thank you. Item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning intent and authority to record bond inducement language regarding 2018 water revenue bonds. This item received favorable approval by the committee with the exception of Alderman Lopez wishing to vote no. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Again, with noting Alderman Lopez's objection, hearing no further objection, it is so ordered.
Item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $75,000 for eligible costs of restoration of tennis courts at Mount Greenwood Park located at 3721 West 111th Street in the 19th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $400,000 for eligible costs of various restoration at Beverly Park located at 2460 West 102nd Street in the 19th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee, and if no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide tax increment financing funds in the amount of $40,000 for eligible costs of construction of new baseball and softball practice tunnel at Dennis Kennedy Park located at 11320 Southwestern Avenue in the 19th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 7 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds for eligible costs of upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Albany Park Multicultural Academy and Thomas A. Edison Regional Gifted Center, ES, located at 4929 North Sawyer Avenue in the 33rd Ward. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 9 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $300,000 for eligible costs of an upgrade, repair, and recertification of a building automation system at Mariana Azuela Elementary School located at 4707 West Marquette Road in the 13th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 9 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $280,000 for eligible costs of repair, recertification, upgrade of the building automation system at Jacob Beidler Elementary School located at 3151 West Walnut in the 27th Ward. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 10 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $560,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Chicago High School for Agricultural Services located at 3857 West 111th Street in the 19th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 11 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $53,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Robert Nathaniel Dett Elementary School located at 2131 West Monroe Street in the 27th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 12 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $431,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Benito Juarez Community Academy High School located at 1450 West Cermak in the 25th Ward. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 13 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $600,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Henry D. Lloyd Elementary School located at 2103 North Lamont Avenue in the 36th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 14 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $405,000 for eligible costs of upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at George Menier Elementary School located at 1420 North Hudson Avenue in the 27th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 15 is the communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $186,200 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Marine Leadership Academy at Ames, located at 1920 North Hamlin Avenue in the 26th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 16 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $250,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Ronald McNair Elementary School located at 4820 West Walton Street in the 37th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 17 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $400,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at James B. McPherson Elementary School located at 4728 North Walcott in the 47th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 18 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $275,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at L. Robbie Hugh School located at 3545 West Fulton Boulevard in the 28th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 19 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $275,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Carl Schurz High School, located at 3601 North Milwaukee Avenue in the 45th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chairman, can you please clarify the dollar amount? I think in the agenda it's 172, and you may have said it differently.
Yes, ma'am. Item 19, ladies and gentlemen, should be $172,000. I think I misspoke and said 275. Should be $172,000 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification at Carl Schurz High School.
All right, with that clarification, I'm hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 20 is the communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $60,830 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Mary T. Skinner West Elementary School located at 1260 West Adams Street in the 27th Ward. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And item 21 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $139,212 for eligible costs of the upgrade, repair, and recertification of the building automation system at Suter Montessori Magnet ES, located at 2022 West Washington Boulevard in the 27th Ward. The item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item number 22 is regarding monthly settlements through the Law Department and will be placed on file with the clerk. Items 23 and 24 consist of authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city and denial of payment of various small claims against the city. If there's no objection, I ask these items be placed on the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And item 25, pardon me, consists of 3 orders authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute settlement agreements. Item 25A is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement agreement in the case of Darren Johnson versus Ronald Ayala in the City of Chicago, cited as 2018 L2069 in the amount of $400,000. This item received favorable approval by the committee. And unless someone wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 25B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement agreement in the case of Esau Morales versus the City of Chicago, cited as 21 CB 120 in the Northern District of Illinois, in the amount of $200,000. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And Madam President, item 25C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement agreement in the case of Mia Wright et al. Versus City of Chicago, cited as 2020 CB 07688 in the amount of $1.625 million. This order corrects a scrivener's error in last month's report. The item received favorable approval by the committee, and unless anyone wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And Madam President, this concludes the report of the Committee on Finance.
The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam President. Please add my favorable vote to the first roll call in the Finance Committee and a nay vote on the subsequent motion to reconsider. Thank you.
So noted for the record, sir. All right, next up, the chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano. Do you wish to record your presence?
President, hold me down as a yay vote as well. Thank you.
So just so the record is clear, that is a yes vote on the first item in finance and a no vote on the motion for reconsideration.
That is correct. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other folks who have joined us since we started that would have been noted? All right, next up, the Committee on Budget. Chairman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a subcommittee meeting on the Chicago Recovery Plan meeting on April 6, 2022, and committee meetings on April 6, 2022, and April 20th, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Number one, an ordinance concerning out-of-city water supply to Liberty Property Limited Partnership for the property at 5064 South Merrimack Avenue located within Stickney Township. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number two, an ordinance concerning out-of-city water supply to Lennon Carrion for the property at 5530 North Canfield, located within Norwood Park Township. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number three, a substitute ordinance concerning an amendment to the annual appropriation ordinance year 2022 within Fund Number 925 for the Office of the Mayor, the Department of Family and Support Services, and the Chicago Department of Police. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number four, an ordinance amending the 2022 annual appropriation ordinance and creating a transportation assistance program. I reserve the right to close debate if any of my colleagues want to speak to this ordinance.
Any of the members of the body wish to speak to this matter?
I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion. Oh, we have a roll call.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. And good morning, members of the City Council. I want to first and foremost say that I applaud this council and I applaud you for trying to address an issue that our neighborhoods are seeing. But this is 100% the wrong way to go. Gift cards, venture cards, do not solve the issues that are facing our residents. To say it comes off as a gimmick would be an understatement. We have hundreds of millions of dollars that we can use to improve the lives of our residents, and this is the route we're going. This body should do better. This body can do better. And I know that many of my colleagues had a very robust committee meeting with our chairman. I, for one, am not going to rehash everything that was said, but it is my hope that moving forward, this council considers actions like this that do not help the entire city of Chicago, that do not address the fears people have using our public transportation, using our transportation period, and do not inspire people to do what we need them to do, to return to work, to open up shops, to support local economies. That's where we should be spending our efforts. Last year's budget included tens of millions of dollars in incentives to our residents. Now we're adding 12 million more. That doesn't address the issues, doesn't address the concerns, and absolutely doesn't address the fears our residents have with our city. I'd ask my colleagues to vote no on this item and come back to the drawing board with the committee, with the administration, to tackle the real issues that we're facing so that it doesn't look like we are just playing games, that it doesn't look like we're just pandering, but we're actually doing things that are sustainable and real for the 2.7 million people that call this city home. And I would ask that when we do vote on this matter, if a vote is to be had, that a voice roll call vote be taken on this item. Thank you, Madam President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn. Any other members wish to speak before Chairman Dow? The chair recognizes Alderman Moore, and then I'll get to you, Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. There's a lot of people who have different opinions about this, but at the end of the day, we know that people are hurting. And for me, I spoke with my residents, and one of their pressing issues, and I appreciate your administration going back and working and making sure that we're going to be looking at our roof and porch program. As we look at this program, and we were talking about a lottery and everything, the roof and porch program is one that is very critical. And I want to thank your administration for going back, looking at that so we can find ways to get more funding into the hands of people who needs a roof and who needs a porch. And you're committed to that, Mayor, and I know you are. And at this time, I know people need help. And so as my residents was talking about this and I was going back and forth, their communications to me was, you know what? We need help, so don't vote no. But make sure you speak up for us on this roof and porch program. So I have to say that. The other part, I'd asked the administration to get us something from the ethics department in terms of, because there was a time we were not allowed to do gift cards. So I just wanted and I think it helps when we're trying to get people involved in our community. So I still haven't gotten that report. I'm going to vote yes, but I would like to have that report or some letter from the ethics department letting us know what our boundaries are or what we can do in terms of gift cards as aldermen to make sure that we can build our community, whether that's during Christmas and we're doing Christmas, people getting involved, the block clubs, establishing block clubs, we're doing cleanup projects and we're giving out gift cards for that just to enhance the community, keep them safe. I think those things are important. So I would like some letter on that from the ethics department. Other than that, I stand in support of this. Had to listen to my residents on this, and they saying they need something now because they are hurting right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. And let me just address the two quick questions. As you know, in the budget from last year, we actually did set up a program specifically to address the longstanding overdue maintenance needs of residents across the city, and particularly those residents for whom maybe their only asset is their home. So that program is in place, and we were working with it, and we'll get you additional information. I think you spoke to folks in my team about that. And regarding the gift cards, I believe we do have clarification from that because we've been using a variety of different incentives throughout the pandemic, specifically related to gift cards to get people to get vaccinated. So we'll get clarification of that for you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin, and then
Thank you, Madam President. As it relates to these cards and what we can do to help a lot of our residents, many of us don't have the luxuries of other communities. And I look at this as a way to help those that have been most challenged, not only by COVID, but most challenged by economic conditions and most challenged in life, period. Anything that we can do to help give people a leg up, a hand up, I think is something that we as a body need to do. We spent an inordinate amount of time during last year's budget process talking about ways that we can help our constituents and our communities. Had this been going on then, we would have probably done the same thing. We spent a lot of time, money from housing to mental health to a lot of various needs in various communities. And then this is an issue that, again, arose, relatively quickly out of nowhere. And I think it creates an opportunity for us to help. Our jobs here locally are to bring resources back to our respective communities. And I think that given the state of everything that's happening, given the increase in prices, I'm glad that we moved off of the tax issue, by just only rebating the 2 or 3 cent a gallon tax that we have and moving to something meaningful that residents can utilize and do what they need to get to work, and also press upon our transit system the need for a better, I'll say better operations and facilities, because some of our communities won't take CTA only as a last resort. So those that want to have an opportunity to move around and do what they need to do as far as going to work and the like, I think we should support those efforts. And again, this is not something that I think that is just purely a way of what other folks have been talking about, but I think that our main goal here is to bring resources back to the community, and I think this is an excellent way to do that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Irving. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the City Council. I don't think that there is a person in this chamber that does not want to help somebody. As a matter of fact, I think that's why we're all here, because we wanted to help our communities. So please, let's not say that if we disagree with something that is because we don't want to help people. That is precisely what we want to do. We want to help people, and we want to help them in a meaningful way. And when we're giving $3 million to the food depository and $12 million for gas cards, something is a little off. When we're not funding anti-violence, violence prevention programs, violence interrupters, at the same rate that we're doing for gas cards, that's not right. I just think that there is a lot better way that we can do this instead, for a policy reason. For a policy reason. I might get 2 full tanks of gas, and then what? So I wish that we would use this money to put resources to help people keep a roof over their head, to add more money to that, to do more with mental health, to do more with putting food on the table, those things that my people are telling me that they need. It's not that we're against it, but it's just not what we need. And we need, yes, we do have programs, and we thank you for those programs. But as we know, there is not enough money in those programs, and we need more money. And I think that this would be a better way to spend our money to really help people, to really get at the matter, and I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. I thank you, Alderwoman Hairston, for your clear point. It is not that people here disagree with the fact that we want to help people. When we had our committee hearings about it, there were a lot of different concerns from many different angles. Some people had concerns about a name on a card. I don't think that's an issue, me personally. Some felt it was reactive because Willie Wilson was giving out funds. I understand the concern there. I don't think it's similar to Willie Wilson giving out funds. When Willie Wilson is giving out gas money to folks, it's coming out of his pocket. When the city does it, it comes out of the taxpayer dollar, which means your property taxes will rise because it's more of a deficit, which means rent rises, and so people who have to pay those bills are going to have issues. So as Alderwoman Hairston very eloquently stated, there were so many things we've had to fight for in these 3 years to actually fund that the answer was we don't have the funds. We don't have enough. There's not enough money to do these things, up until the point there was an influx of federal money to do so. So the fact that every time we've had to fight and lobby for all these different things, we're told there is no money, and then all of a sudden Willie Wilson gives out gas, so 12.5 is what's found in the couch. I think we need to have a fundamental problem with that, because it's not a giveaway. No one's getting a gift. These are the tax dollars that people are putting into a government that are given right back to literally be put up in smoke. So on that front, I have concerns. When we talk about how much we value the environment, when we still don't have a Department of Environment, when we've had to fight to try to get ash tree inoculation and try to actually have a better environment, we don't have the funds to do that. But we can give out gas cards. Had there been a modest change on this giveaway or on the tax dollars being given as like a prepaid card that wasn't tied to gas, more easily I'd find my way to a yes. We had our communications out to neighbors in the 40th Ward to ask them what they thought of this initiative, just in case I was wrong in my gut. I wanted to hear what the neighbors had to say. The responses we received were unanimous. It wasn't overwhelming. It wasn't majority. It was unanimous. And everyone was like, no, we see what this is, and that's through their view, and they had problems with it. So I can't in good faith support that, not because we don't want to help people that need it, but if we did, you can put $12.5 million into more affordable housing, or put it into the cash assistance plan that's already there, because they're going to get those funds as well to support them. So to do the same thing and take 12.5 to make it only for gas cards is a problem, and I don't think it speaks to the values we actually have. If we wanted to defend people and help them, you could put that money somewhere else. And either way, our mayor would get the credit for it, because it is the right thing to do and try to help people. I just think it's the wrong way to do it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in opposition of this particular ordinance. I do believe that this is a gimmick at its finest. Everybody stated, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the points that everybody has made, but you're right. There's a lot of different things we could use this money towards. We all know that our city has not rebounded from all the looting and all the stores being broken into because people are still afraid. So that money could be best used towards public safety, towards making sure our constituents safe to go out and spend money that will give us the ability to do different things, because people are now going out to spend money. But until people feel safe in this city, they're not going to do that. We talked about the last 3, 4, 5 years about purchasing another helicopter here in the city of Chicago. When you look at LA, who have a whole fleet of helicopters, we have 1.5, and the half is down 95% of the time. So really, we have one helicopter. If we want our people to feel safe, we have to stop the violence, the carjacking, the things that are keeping people from going out and returning to enjoying this city that they did once before. So until we start addressing the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is the crime, then we're going to continue to go down this road. And you're right. We find money when we want to find money. We find it when we want to find it. When we have programs and bright ideas, we find all kinds of resources to throw at it. But let one of you all come up with an idea and see how fast you can find some money. So until then, I say we need to address the crime and get people back enjoying this city. But until then, I'm a no vote as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. It's not often that Alderman Beal and I agree on an issue, but we do on this one. But my primary concern is a matter of public policy. I credit you, Mayor, for recognizing that this is a problem. And people are struggling with these gas prices. Folks need help with accessing public transit. So I credit you for that. But my issue is the gas giveaway. I don't think as a matter of public policy, the City Council should be subsidizing fossil fuel. We just celebrated Earth Week, and Mayor, you have a bold agenda to help us get emissions under control. I think symbolically, it's a bad move for the city to be giving away free gas, knowing it's just going to burn up into the ether and be gone. And everyone here has good ideas on how to better spend this money. If we're bound and determined to spend $12.5 million, while we're just months away from our budget meetings, I would argue plow it all into CTA and target it towards safety. My colleague from the 28th Ward mentioned that this gas tax program sounds good to his constituents because they don't want to use the CTA. That's the problem. We need the CTA to be successful, and in order for it to do so, it has to be safe. And so I would argue, let's forego the gas giveaway and plow that money double down on the CTA, because that's a system we want to succeed. We're hoping to eventually get away from fossil fuels with electrification and electric vehicles. I don't agree with this move. I do credit you, though, Mayor, for wanting to help. We just disagree on the method. So I'll be voting no as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President. You know what I see the difference here today in this debate, in this item? That you are doing it, Madam President. That you are initiating something and giving back to the people. Their money. Taxpayers' money is their money. You're giving it back to them in a way that they feel is helping them. That's what they're telling us. That's what they're telling you. We disagree on the merits, disagree on the method, but the bottom line is that we've been doing this a very long time. I've been here 20 years. A lot more than a lot of you guys. And I remember things that we did, they had the mayor's name on everything. Not everything now. I think she's been very progressive about, taking our pedal off of that. But I remember the weatherization kits, they were big, still are, when they have very tough winters. These weatherization kits had everything in them, so folks could shield themselves from the winter, the harsh winter, the winds, the windows, seal the windows. That kit cost a lot more than this debit card that is being issued. And we did it year after year, millions of dollars back to the people. All of a sudden, this mayor, who happens to be a female African-American mayor, does it, and it's a problem. I don't know. I feel like somehow, what's going on here? Seriously. You're doing it is wrong. You're doing it is that you're doing it for political reasons. There's folks here running for office. Maybe more will announce tomorrow. I don't know. It is political. It sounds to me political. Maybe more of you are going to announce that you want the big office, the big chair. I don't know. But I find it dubious that somehow we have funded hundreds of millions of dollars just last year in housing, job creation, violence prevention, wellness funds. You name it, it's in there. I wrote it down. I'm not running for mayor. I'm just telling the truth. I'm here. I'm just saying. Listen, you want to have a debate about the merits of it, I understand. But, Madam President, you're doing something that people want you to do. They're asking for it. And I see nothing wrong with you responding to the needs of your constituents. Transportation, let's get back to people in the CTA. Yes, would you like to drive and put natural gas? Well, you could buy E95 with the card. That's a better product environmentally. You can use ethanol. No one's saying that you can't use ethanol, right? You can use natural gas if you want to. If your car can use that, no one's saying that it is not. That's also pro-environment. So there's a lot of things you can do pro-environment to move your car. And look, at the end of the day, we're going to disagree on exactly what's happening with that particular agenda. But I agree with you. This is something that the city does in times of need. We've done it in the past. And there's no reason why you can't do it again. I know it's political season, but ought not to be political. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Cardenas. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. I hate to have to come behind George, though. Even though I agree with him. Let me just say I want to put a different spin on it, on this conversation. For me, I look at going back through the pandemic, the struggles that we had, and I have to say, who in this room that can't go and afford to buy themselves some gas? Who? Everybody have a job, everybody's working, but just that one person out here who's been impacted tremendously from the food, from the clothing, from the health, from being able just in the areas of a food desert, trying to get to and from, need to have some type of help. And I'm saying this because it's really kind of emotional to me when we talk about helping people. We trying to choose who you want to help. You don't get that choice. You have to help because it's the right thing to do. Whether it's coming from me or anyone else. Sometimes we have to get out of our own comfort zone in order to help folks. Do I need to know the people who I'm going to help? No, I don't know. As long as I know that somebody is going to benefit some way, somehow. I don't think it's a choice If we can help the least of these, then our living won't be in vain. And I hear Chairman Austin quote that all the time, but that's not something we just heard. We done heard that all our life. If we can help the least of these. Now, how do you know who the least of these are? You don't know. So we need to just be open-minded and have a willing heart and a humble heart to see past our own self for a minute and look at some situations out here much, much more dire than what we're talking about. Now, can we do all these other things? I think that if we're willing to work on them, yes, we can. I think the Roof and the Porch program need to be expanded. We need more resources in every area. But right now, we're talking about providing some help for folks trying to get to the daycare. Lord, I remember just with my little kids trying on a minimum wage job, trying to get them to a daycare and not having money choice between food or getting them to the daycare, paying the daycare or going to work. You all may not understand, or maybe you forgot those days when people need that help. And right now, I tell you, during this pandemic, and we haven't seen the worst of it yet. It's still here. And it's going to get worse. So let us do what we can while we can, and that is do it right now. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Metz. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Excuse me. Excuse me, Carrie. Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't going to speak. I had my say in committee, but I just feel after a certain speech from somebody, I have to speak. So I don't feel, I'm against this. Everybody knows I'm against this. And this is by no way, no means anything personal against you. I laid out my reasons why I was against it. Many of people laid out. My good friend here for 11 years, her and me don't agree a lot, but she eloquently said everything just exactly the way I feel. This is just not a good thing. We said we want something more sustainable. This is going to poof, be gone in no time, okay? And then people that think, oh, my community wants this, my community wants this. My calculations are, I know we hear equity a lot in this council. Equity would be 2% of these cards, or this help, 2% to every ward. What happens if your ward gets 1/10 of 1% and another ward gets 5%? How are you going to feel about that? So it's just not a good thing. We recently divested from fossil fuel companies. Now we're want to encourage people to get gas. We need to strengthen our CTA. We need public safety. There's a lot of things, a lot of things we could support. Or this money could go better towards. You heard it. I don't want to belabor everything and drag this out and drag it on. So I say let's just get the vote on. We've all made our decisions. I don't think anybody's going to change anybody's vote here, but I just want to make it perfectly clear. I know I'm not against you because of this, Mayor. I hope you don't take it personal, my no vote, which I know you don't, or anybody that's voting against this. And that's about it, but thanks for letting me have my say.
Thank you, Alderman
Madam
Spizzato.
President.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Haddon.
Madam President, I also rise from the 49th Ward in opposition to this. And like many of my colleagues, Mayor, the administration, absolutely commend the efforts to help people, and definitely want to echo and lift up so much that Chairman Dow, Budget Department, the whole team through this pandemic has gone above and beyond in trying new and innovative ways to bring financial relief to our families that have been hardest hit economically, with health issues. The gas is gonna burn up. We just divested from fossil fuels. I wish our chairman, colleague respectfully of the Energy and Environmental Protection Committee, could understand this component around the gas piece. And I also recognize in hearing Alderwoman Mitz and other colleagues speak about the need, Chairman Irvin, we got 8% of the consumer price index is up. Food is more expensive. Housing is more expensive. Everything is more expensive. So why just gas? It feels like a knee-jerk reaction. It feels like we could do a little bit better. I too would be happier if this was all going to transit. if it was all going to transit and to programs to help get people back on the CTA from the 49th Ward. We've got some great transit options, but people are feeling hesitant. They're feeling hesitant about getting back on that hour commute to downtown, about getting back on the express bus. We could do more with this money than just pour it into gas tanks. We've got a philanthropic person out there giving away gas. Let him keep doing that. We can do better. We can be smarter, and we can make better investments in our community. I would prefer to see this going towards more rent relief as a community with 70% of renters who are now facing, I think this morning's news, 18% average cost in rent. So in a time when everything is more expensive, that gas cards only go so far, and in a city that's so densely populated, so many of our people are not going to directly benefit from the gas card, and the folks who need it most may not go through that digital lottery system either. So from the 49th Ward, our residents are against this. The principle is there, the intentions are good. We could do something different, and I know that colleagues who are supporting this want to help your constituents. I would really urge people to withhold your vote. Maybe we can even hold this item, Madam President, so that we can work together to be fully on board with something, instead of having another split council mincing differences about how we want to help people and making sure that we're not literally just throwing taxpayer dollars into a gas tank and up in smoke. So thank you.
Recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Madam Chair, initially was it introduced, I wasn't supportive of it, given the fact that this pandemic has really stretched and hit every zip code, some worse than others. And so after talking with your administration and putting forward data to show that this pandemic, again, is crossing all zip codes, I was happy to hear that it was expanded and taking into consideration some other data points. I would have rather seen the 12.5 million added to the guaranteed basic income. We could have helped 1,700 families, not just for a couple, 2 or 3 weeks, but for a whole year. But in light of that, and knowing that there's limited resources, and everybody has an idea on how to appropriate these, I think that we need to continue to help people. We've received already over 50 calls on how to apply for this gas card, and once it's passed, we're just going to continue to receive more calls, and we just got to do something as a body to continue to help working families as they're struggling and as we're coming out of this pandemic. So I'll be supporting this initiative.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I'm sorry. Is that okay? So, I'm not here to try to speak for the constituents of all my 49 other colleagues in the City Council. But I can speak about how my constituents have responded to this proposed ordinance. My office has been flooded with calls and from our constituents with the need for us to help them trying to apply for these cards. So I think that this is a home run for many, many constituents, at least from the 26th Ward. So if any of you that are against this idea, and if you get calls, just reject helping your constituents and send them to call the 26th Ward office, and we will be more than glad to help and process their applications as well. So I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. Any other members of the body aside from Alderwoman Dow? Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I understand everyone's argument. I know that, I made a statement early on. I just didn't want to be following behind Willie Wilson, right? Not in this sense. I would like to have Willie Wilson's money, but I wouldn't, I don't want to react to what he does. But then after that, I saw that in Springfield, the governor voted on for people not to pay taxes on the gas. I was just looking on the internet, people all over the country are doing something different in relationship to gas. A lot of non-for-profits, churches, government, everyone, because the gas, Emma was just showing me, just after she was just speaking just now, one of her constituents just texted her and told her she paid $280 a month going back and forth to work. I just talked to one of my nieces this morning who she's on a fixed income and have 4 kids, and she has to take them to school. She can't walk, she drives them to school. And it costs her money in order to do that. So, you know, family pitch in to help out. So these gas cards will help some folks. There's a lot of folks, I'm sure, who don't need it or probably can do without it because they're blessed. But there are a lot of people out here in our society who's not as blessed. There's a lot of people in our society who can use a little change whenever they can get it. It's just like when we pass out food or coats or whatever the case may be, everybody don't come and get it because everyone don't need it. You know, matter of fact, we have folks who say, no, go give it to somebody else, I'm cool. But there are people who need it. Yeah, we can do a lot of other things with the money. You know, we can do a lot of other things with a lot of money that we spend throughout the city. But this has been proposed. You know, we've been blessed to have gotten some dollars from the federal government, some other folks to help balance things out. We had an opportunity to do this. You know, it's crazy when people line up for blocks and police have to come out like folks are going to the United Center or to some stadium event to get free gas. This is crazy. Thousands of people. Matter of fact, I think some of them burn up more gas going to the gas station than the gas that they're going to get. You know, but, yeah, but the point of the matter is that some folks feel like they need to take advantage of that. Some folks feel like they need it. You know, and, you know, it may not be, we may not feel it because, you know what I'm saying? But some folks, it's very important to them. And then I also saw on the news not too long ago, they were showing how people stealing people's gas. I don't know if y'all saw that one. Huh? Folks, you know, putting holes in the tanks. And they got new methods of stealing gas now. And it's a big deal. So maybe some of those folks who do have money, maybe we save them some money so they don't have to get a whole new gas tank because we gave somebody a gas card and they don't have to steal from them. You know, so, I mean, we can't, I would say this. I don't want to be in a position where I go against something that's going to help people and they say, man, because people already calling my office asking how can they get a gas card. People already calling my office asking how can they get this earned income money. You know, folks are already calling. And those folks who call, just like the same folks who come and get the mask every day still, you know, those folks need it, man. So if we can do this, we got the money to do it. Why not do it? What's the big deal? I support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. The chair, I think, Matt O'Shea. Chair recognizes Matt O'Shea.
I didn't want to say anything, Mayor. I just want to see, can we get Alderman Cardenas to speak some more?
I think he'd be happy to. I think he'd be happy to. Chairman Dow, before you speak. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
I have a question, and it's on topic, but it could be off topic. But nonetheless, if, for example, some folks that say that they feel their constituents don't need it or don't want it, is it possible for them to opt out of it so those who have constituents with hardcore needs in this area take more advantage of this. If the residents in one ward, hey, we don't want this, please, can the alderman opt out of it if they don't want it, so that those that do want can have more available for the constituents that they're saying that they're in need? So that's the question.
Chairman Dow, do you want to address that point?
Yeah, the ordinance is clear in terms of how it lays out the distribution. If that needs to be modified, it would have to come back to the committee.
But I would strongly encourage folks who don't want this and think this isn't a good idea. There are definite needs other parts of the city, and if I may indulge me, Alderman Haddon. I try to use my the privilege of speaking to this body rarely, but I think this is one where I do need to address some of the things that were said today and some of the things that were said in committee. The question is, why this? You'll get the last word. You can have the last word. Why this? As Alderman Burnett just said, because there's a need, folks. Months ago, when I first started thinking about this, I was on the south side, driving on the Dan Ryan, and saw a gas station with a sign that had $6 a gallon for gas. I was stunned at the incredible escalation in the price over such a short period of time. And I've never believed, and the oil companies will tell us something different, but I've never believed that gas prices are that sensitive, that they jump in the way that they did. And then I talked to Chairman Dow, who was also seeing and feeling the same thing. We started thinking about, what do we do to address this need? And I don't know about you, but I've met a lot of people all over the city who have come to me and said, Mayor, I cannot afford to fill up my tank. I can't even get to a half a tank because the prices are so high. And we're here at end of April. We know what happens every summer. The gas prices are going to go up again. And are we solving every problem with this? Of course not. It's a modest program. But the suggestion that it's a gimmick, it's a stunt, it's the mayor's political, let's put all that nonsense aside. The bottom line is, in this city, there are people who barely have a couple dollars in their pocket, and now they cannot meet a basic need, which is a need for transportation. And I hear you, Alderman Haddon and others. Yes, of course, we're trying to move towards lowering our carbon footprint. We have an obligation to do that as a city. But meanwhile, back on planet reality, a lot of folks have to drive. Because we have huge stretches of our city that don't have transportation. We also have a lot of folks who live in a city but have to go to the suburbs for their job. And the only way they can get there is to drive. This is exactly why cities and states all over the country are doing very similar things to what we're doing, because there's a need. And if you're not convinced by that, listen to this. Alderman Villegas pushed us, rightfully so, to get a cash assistance program on the books. And we are doing that, the largest one in the nation. We opened up the applications on Monday. In 1 day's time, we had 90,000 people apply for 5,000 slots. And we've seen the same thing for the last 2 years. Emergency rental assistance far exceeds the money that we have to give. Folks, people in this city are hurting badly. And I feel an obligation to do our part to try to address this need. This is an emergency. People need to be able to drive their car. And of course, we've coupled it with discounts and incentives for people to take the CTA. And the CTA is safe, sir. Public transit. We're doing everything we can to make sure that our transit system is safe, throwing every possible resource at it, because the public transit system is the lifeblood of our city. And the notion that somehow people won't ride it because it's not safe. Do we have our issues? Absolutely. Are we doing everything we can with the CTA to address it? Of course we are. More police, more visibility, more security, more cameras. And we will get to a place where people have confidence, again, in the CTA. But there's work to do. I also want to address this larger question of my ward versus my city. There are times when things happen in our city that don't affect everybody equally. That's just the reality of life. We are a very diverse city. We have different needs. We have different neighborhoods. We have different income. We have different histories, impact. So the challenge for you, not for me, I got to do what's best for the city. And that's where that's the lane I'm always going to be riding in. But there are going to be times when we need to do something as a body when only a small, localized group of people are going to benefit. And this is one of these times because this crisis is impacting people differently. The monies that we spend through the Department of Family Services, the monies that we spend through planning, through CEDA, almost every city department, we are doing this in a way that frankly rights historic wrongs, because you know as well as I do, and particularly the folks that have been in this body for a long time, some of our neighborhoods have intentionally been starved for no other reason than systemic racism. And so what, we shouldn't address that? Solve that problem? Because it doesn't affect my ward? We are a city of neighbors. And if we continue to starve certain areas of our city because it's not my problem and I don't want to spend my money on that, neglect is not cost free. We are seeing it come to us now in higher crime, in higher healthcare costs. The pandemic made that abundantly clear. When we starve people for resources, we starve them of opportunity, we starve them of hope, and we all pay for it. So the larger question, and I know we struggle with, and we've been struggling with it the entire time that I've been mayor, my ward versus my city. And I urge you, as individuals and as a body, you must see the entire city. And I know that there are pain points in wards, and sometimes you can't get there. But what we should all be thinking about, individually and collectively, is how do we do something to benefit the city, our neighbors, and particularly when it comes to people that are most in need. So I appreciate the privilege of addressing the body. Chairman Dowell, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually couldn't have said it any better. So I think at this point, I just want to acknowledge my colleague, Alderman Mitz, because Alderman Mitz, in the committee meeting, I mean, you really brought it home in terms of having people understand the impact that this is having for people on the street with a mother who was living in her car with her 3 children. Those are the people that we're trying to help. So I guess the only other thing I would say is that, you know, we passed a historic budget under your leadership, Mayor Lightfoot, which put a lot of additional money into the budget for things like affordable housing, $635 million, mental health, $86 million, $13 million for food, $150 million more for youth and jobs. So we are trying to address every aspect of the need for people in this city. And so I urge my colleagues to vote for the Chicago Moves ordinance today. And let's put some money into the hands of people who really need it. With that,
the electronic has been fixed, so we can do vote electronically as well.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. I renew my request for a voice roll call vote, please.
I believe, sir, the clerk has just indicated that the electronic voting has been fixed. And with that,
I still renew my request. Thank you.
and I heard your request, and the discretion of the chair is we will try electronic voting. If it doesn't work, then we'll go back to oral voting for the remainder of I heard you, sir. And I heard your request.
Then I'd appeal the decision of the chair because it's the members who choose how to do the
We're going to
voting.
do electronic voting, sir.
There's an appeal of the decision of the chair to the body, Madam
All those in
President.
favor, the chair has ruled that we will try electronic voting because the clerk has indicated that the voting has been fixed. Alderman Lopez protests and would like to appeal the ruling of the chair. So let's do an electronic vote on Alderman Lopez's appeal of the chair. If it doesn't work, we will go to oral. So the matter you're voting on now, so the question is, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained that we will try electronic voting, and failing that, we will go to oral voting. Thank you, Alderman Lopez, once again.
That's all right, that's good. Save and close. Save and close. And open.
Is it working out?
Open, you got it?
It's not working, we will go to oral voting.
Okay. Open? The voting is open. The
So
voting is open.
the first question that you're voting for is shall the ruling of the chair be sustained to do electronic voting rather than oral voting? That's the first, and then we will get to the actual substance of the meeting.
You have to please hit cast vote. A lot of this is user end. It's okay. We are new to this. It's only the third month. Thank you for your grace and your understanding and your mercy and your kindness. The voting is open. The voting is open. The voting is open. If you have an issue, please raise your hand. Alderman Cardenas right here. Make sure you hit cast vote. Make sure you hit refresh. You have to get cast vote, Alderman. Hit cast vote. Voting is open. Alderman Maldonado, Alderman Cardenas, get his, Alderman Cardenas, Alderman Maldonado. Okay, go ahead. Do you want a voice vote and we'll add you? Aye. Alderman Cardenas is a yes. We will add him. Alderman Maldonado, did you hit cast vote? Okay. Alderman O'Shea, did you hit cast? Alderman Curtis, you want to do a voice? Alderman Curtis is an aye. We will add that to the record. Alderman O'Shea, did you cast yours, Alderman O'Shea? Okay, perfect. Alderman Curtis, we will put you as an aye. Alderman Villegas, did you hit cast? Okay, it's up. Alderman Carlos Ramirez Rosa, did you hit cast? All right, refresh. All right. All right. Anyone else? Okay, the voting is now closed.
Ruling of the chair is sustained, 33 to 16.
Yay, it worked.
So we will take an electronic vote. Chairman Dow, do you want to tee it up again? The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
34 or 26?
26.
I'm not sure, that's what I was asking.
26. Technically 25, since I get to cast the tie, but it's 26.
Okay, thank you.
Normal rules. Chairman Dow.
Yes, I ask for a roll call vote on this item, item number 4.
We're now voting on the Chicago Moves program.
It's item that the report that I just gave, it's item number 4. And on your sheet, it's 5, yes.
Ready? The vote is now open. Voting is open. Remember to hit refresh and cast your vote. Alderman Scott needs assistance, tech support, paging tech support. Alderman Spasado, did you cast your vote? Did you pick cast on your iPad? Did you cast it on your iPad? Okay, we'll add you as a voice vote to the no. Yep, we'll add Spasado to the record as a no. Anyone else having issues? I think everyone's in. We will close the vote. Voting is closed.
Ayes are 26, the nays are 22. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of reconsideration signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. The motion. All right. Correction 2623. All right. Chairman Dow.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Item number 5 is an ordinance approving the creation of the single-room occupancy SRO Preservation Loan Program and a grant agreement with the Chicago Investment Corporation, CIC. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Lastly, the subcommittee on the Chicago Recovery Plan. The subcommittee on the Chicago Recovery Plan met this month on April 6th for a subject matter hearing to discuss violence prevention, community development, and youth opportunities. No votes were taken at this subject matter hearing. And the committee also met on April 6th for a subject matter hearing to discuss an ordinance amending the 2022 annual appropriation ordinance and creating a transportation assistance program. No votes were taken at the subject matter hearing. This concludes my report, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Dow. Next up, the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Chairman Villegas.
Members of the City Council reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital Technology Development. On Tuesday, April 19th, 2022, the committee held a virtual meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 10 are a series of appointments to various special service areas, collectively voted on by the committee members, introduced by Mayor Lightfoot during the March 23rd, 2022 City Council meeting. Appointment of Marilyn Del Valle to SSA number 2, Belmont Central Commission, located in the 30th, 31st, and 36th wards. Appointment of David L. Garfield to SSA number 27, West Lakeview Commission, located in the 32nd, 44th, and 47th wards. Appointment of Lee Masser, Nadia Coronado, Alexandra Shever, and Taylor Olds to SSA number 29-2014, West Town Commission, located in the 1st, 2nd, and 27th wards. Appointment of Michael J. Parker to SSA number 31, Greater Ravenswood Commission located in the 40th, 46th, and 47th wards. Appointment of Bradley A. Borowick, John R. Gargliardo, and Elizabeth Kilroy to SSA number 76 North Michigan Avenue Commission located in the 2nd and 42nd wards. I move passage of these items. I move passage for these appointments by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
So ordered.
Lastly, our committee held a very informative hearing in partnership with the Office of the Inspector General, the Department of Assets, Information and Services, and the Office of Budget Management regarding recent data, quality findings, current data sharing, and quality, and plan to improve future data sharing and quality throughout the city. Although there was not a substantive vote taken by the committee members during this hearing, I'd like to take a moment to thank the following individuals who contributed to the hearing's success. From the Office of the Inspector General, Jarwin Jones, Kevin Smith, Justin Gutierrez. From the Department of Assets, Information and Services, Sandra Blakemore, Kurt Peterson, Bruce Coffing, and lastly, from the Office of Budget Management, Susie Park, Budget Director. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Villegas. Next up, the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight.
Madam President,
Chairman
members
Smith.
of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a meeting on April 13th, 2022. The committee considered and recommends passage of one item, the appointment of Deborah Witzberg as Inspector General for the City of Chicago. If I will reserve my motion until after any colleagues who wish to speak on this ordinance have done so, I will also reserve the right to close discussion.
The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I commend you, Madam President, on this selection. It is always good when we have someone who is chosen that's qualified and not just sometimes for political reasons. And not only is she qualified, she does her job well. And I stand in support of this appointment. I want to continue to support her in her role. And it's important that this body support her as well. I know since before Ferguson left, when she was in leadership roles where he utilized her, she was fair, and she's been consistent and detailed about the information. And so it's just good to have somebody that's qualified, that's going to be fair, and that's going to be looking after the best interests of the city. So I commend you on this selection, Mayor, and I fully support it, and I congratulate you on your selection. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this selection. Deborah, you have proven yourself, and I think this is a great selection. I look forward to working with you. Best of luck.
Thank you, Alderman O'Shea. The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, want to commend you on this appointment. Ms. Witzberg has shown in her previous role as a Deputy Inspector of Public Safety her professionalism and her candor with all of us and working with us in recent years. So I think we expect that in your new role and look forward to supporting you in your new role. So good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez. You ready?
My apologies. Thank you, Madam President. I just rise to be to very warmly suggest that this is a great appointment of Ms. Witzberg, someone who stands for transparency in a time where we need it. As a council, as a city, and as a government on multiple levels of government, and I encourage all my colleagues to support this endeavor. As a state's attorney, and over the last 6 years in our IG's office, she has certainly done her job well, and I know she will do so in this endeavor. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Haddon.
Madam President, I too rise in support. Deborah, thank you for applying. In a time where everybody's going through a difficult time, public service is a calling. The type of work that you're going to be leading now in the Inspector General's office is difficult. It's not popular. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication, and you've demonstrated that already. We're very lucky to have you. Thank you. And great selection, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Hatton. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this appointment. Deb, look forward to working with you. I hope I have just a fraction of the relationship I had with Joe Ferguson, so I can assure you nobody will be calling you more than me. So hopefully you don't get too tired of me and you answer my calls when I call. But great appointment, Mayor. And also, I just want to really commend you, Deb, for stepping aside, which not many people would do, betting on yourself. You didn't think it would be right that you were acting while the search was going on, so not many people would do that. I don't think anybody's ever done that. So just want to commend you for all you've done. I really look forward to working with you. And Mayor, I really want to commend you. This is a great appointment. And I also love when we promote from within. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Rodriguez-Sanchez.
Ms. Wisberg, thank you so much for saying yes to taking this huge responsibility to lead an office that is so crucial for the well-functioning of our city, for us to be able to have good government. Thank you so much for the work that you have done, particularly with many of us that are rookies in council, for your guidance. I am really excited to see you in this role. I don't think that there's anybody else that is as qualified as you to lead this office. And I really hope that we are going to develop the kind of relationship with you where we're going to have lots of hearings about reports, and we are going to use your knowledge and your guidance to be able to move this city into a good government direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderwoman Rodriguez-Sanchez. The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Very much. And, for Hairston?
Hairston.
Hairston.
I assume I'm calling you last, Chairman Smith. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this appointment and want to commend you on your selection. It's not an easy task, and I know that you took your time and looked for the right candidate, the right person for this, and I think you found it in Ms. Wisberg. So I don't know whether I want to welcome you or, I think we're all speaking so that you don't, come our way. But since you've been here, most of us already know you, and I'm sure you will do an excellent job. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise proudly and want to commend you on your appointment. As Alderman Spizzato said, and I agree fully, the level of integrity and character shown to step away from your role to then apply for the position speaks volumes. I had concerns when Inspector General Ferguson was leaving that we might not have somebody who had that same level of independence, the ability to hold government accountable at all levels, including the executive as well as our council. And I know I have zero doubt in seeing how you've conducted yourself in the role in the time that I've been in the council. When we think about police accountability and what it means to get it right, that in order for us to have a safer city and being able to have faith in an institution, the accountability for that is also necessary. Again, having someone like you as a champion who've been very clear about that from the beginning, and I know will continue to do that work, really should bring a lot of confidence to the city as far as the direction we're going to be moving forward in. So there are clearly big shoes to fill, but you've already taken some very large steps to show that, and it's not lost on us. So Mayor, again, want to commend you on this appointment, and we look forward to putting a whole lot of work on your desk because there's a lot of work to be done, but thank you for stepping up to do it.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
We'll just leave that. I want to applaud you on choosing Ms. Wisberg to be our new Inspector General. Deborah truly understands the depth and breadth of what this position encompasses, and I am certain that you will be wonderful in this role. I look forward to working with you in this new capacity and wish you nothing but the best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderwoman Nugent. And by the way, happy birthday. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. Deborah, thank you for stepping up to this challenge and coming back, I would say, and again, as someone else earlier stated, betting on yourself to take on this job. So we really appreciate the work that you've done in the past, and I do believe that the work that you'll do. One thing I will say is that the office has two functions, and that we have not had an opportunity to spend much on the process improvement in the audit side as we have on the investigatory side, and we really need processes and other things to improve in our city in order to save our taxpayers money. So I'm hopeful that you'll have an opportunity to delve deeper into those issues as you did when you headed public safety, and we appreciate you working and rejoining us, and we wish you the best of success. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Siccho Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I too like to raise in support of this appointment. These are critical times in our city. I would like to echo also what Alderman Irving mentioned in terms of the importance of ethics reform. I'm glad to see that there's movement on that. We look forward to collaborating with your office in anything we can. Oversight and transparency are essential right now, and I think it is a time in our city where we all have to put really shoulder to shoulder to get things done. There's a lot of work to be done, and I just want to congratulate you and join this appointment. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Raboyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this appointment. Ms. Witzberg and I met when you first came in to the office. I think at the time you were Public Safety Inspector General, or in the process of. And I knew then that you were ready for this position, and I will wholeheartedly support you in making fair and impartial decision to move this company forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Madam President, to join you on this appointment, just want to say congratulations.
Any other members of the body that wish to address this nomination? Chairman Smith.
Madam President, I won't be as brief as George, but I will say I will commend you on this appointment, and I also just want to make a little footnote of history that some of us in this council, before I was here even, have been fighting for years to have a fully empowered Inspector General. And we now have one because of the things that were passed in this administration after really more than a decade of work. And I am also very thrilled for history that we have our first female Inspector General, who I'm quite sure will do a bang-up job. And I look forward, now that our new Inspector General is in place, to fully begin the series of briefings that I hope that all of you have come to expect from our also first ever Ethics Committee, Ethics and Government Oversight Committee, which I have been very honored to serve as chair of. And an important part of our role is to have hearings on oversight and to make sure that members of City Council are really fully briefed as to what the Inspector General is doing. And I'm going to be delighted to be doing that with our new Inspector General. And with that, I would like to move passage of this appointment by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Congratulations.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Inspector General Witzberg, you and I have spent a lot of time in conversation, and I will repeat here what I shared with you directly. First and foremost, the independence of the Inspector General is sacrosanct. Period, full stop. The integrity of the work has to speak for itself. Not about individual, not about personality, not about ego. It's the integrity of the work. And fundamentally, as many of the members of the body said, the fundamental mandate of the Inspector General's office is to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. And particularly the audit function, which I agree with one of the members that said it's very important. It is very important. We need to be working as effectively, as efficiently as we possibly can. And that requires collaboration and communication with the departments that are subject of the audit. Can't be gotcha. It's got to be calling balls and strikes as you see them. And we look forward to your work, your vision, and your imprint on this very, very important function of city government. And I commend the chairman. We should get back to audit committees so that members of the body and members of the public can understand what is happening with our government, how we are doing it, and where we need to make improvements, where we need to do that, and we will do exactly that. So congratulations. I know your colleagues are excited, and I wish you the best, and go get them. Thank you. All right, next up, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Chairman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. The members of the City Council reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a remote meeting on April 19, 2022. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following. Items 1 through 9 are a series of appointments and reappointments to the Chicago Community Land Trust. Those reappointments are Ben Helphand, Calvin Holmes, Tim Clant, Terry Haymaker, Joy Argueta, all going to be reappointed to the Chicago Community Land Trust. New appointments to the Chicago Community Land Trust are Tanya Kadaya, Anthony Simpkins, Joel Rodarty, and Elizabeth Butler. Those are items 1 through 9, and we pass of these items by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Items number 10 through 15 are a series of appointments and reappointments to the Chicago Low-Income Housing Trust Fund. Those new appointments are Tanvi Shaw and Juliana Gonzalez-Cruzy. Those reappointments are Thomas McNulty, Justin DeJong, and Cindy Soto and Deborah Bennett. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 16 is a second amendment to a lease agreement with Cook County for use of office space at 69 West Washington in the 42nd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 17 is a lease agreement with ORUM Property, Inc. for office use at 1900 South Western Avenue in the 28th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 18 is the sale of city-owned property at 3345 North Kedville Avenue to Corrit Builders and Corporation in the 30th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 19 is the sale of city-owned property at 539-541 East 42nd Street to R&D Builders LLC in the 3rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 20 is the sale of city-owned property at 4009 South Wabash Avenue to Lynn Q Holdings LLC in the 3rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 21 is quick take acquisition of property at 3613-3625 West Washington in the 27th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Objection, so ordered.
Item 22 is a quick take acquisition of property at 8840-8844 South Commercial in the 10th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 23 is a designation of O'Hare Community Area as a low affordability community and support affordable housing special assessment program tax incentive for Glen Star O'Hare LLC development at 8503-8723 West Higgins Road. I make the same motion if there's no objection, with the exception of Alderman Napolitano, who would like to be recognized as a no.
With that exception, hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Lastly, the Housing Committee had the fourth quarter report for the Department of Housing. Madam President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Chairman Mitz with Committee on License and Consumer Protection.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a virtual meeting on April the 20th, 2022, and the following items were passed by the committee. Item number 02022-916 was lifting of subsection 4-60-023, parentheses 24.33, parentheses, in the 24th Ward. Item number 02022-741, amended section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, parentheses, in the 31st Ward. Item number 02022-847, lifting subsection 4-60-023, parentheses 37.7, parentheses, in the 37th Ward. Item number 02022-739, lifting subsection 4-60-023, parentheses 45.64, parentheses, in the 45th Ward. And finally, item number 02022-772, lifting subsection 4-60-023, parentheses 49.28, parentheses, in the 49th Ward. I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the License Committee and pass these items by the same roll call vote as item number 1 on the Committee of Finance report and the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, and that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman Mitz. Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Thursday, April 21st, 2022. Before the committee, there were 145 items. There were 144 routine items that passed and 1 routine item that did not pass. I move passage of these items in the omnibus. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Chairman Taliaferro with the Committee on Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Council, reported for your Committee on Public Safety, for which a meeting was held on Friday, April 22nd, 2022. There was one item before the committee in which the committee recommends do pass. Item number ordinance 2022-1903, the ordinance amending section 9-92-080 of the municipal code regarding towing and storage fee exemption for impounded and hijacked or stolen vehicles. If there is no objection, I move for the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Spizzato, Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation, also which is known as the Happy Committee, for which a meeting was held on April 20th, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following item. A2022-31, and appointment of Sharif Walker as Commissioner of the Chicago Park District. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Brookins with Committee on Transportation and Public Way.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Reporting on your Committee on Transportation and Public Way. The meeting which was held on April 19, 2021, the following ordinances were passed by a majority of the members present. On page 1 includes the appointment of Erica Rodriguez as a member of the Illinois International Port District Board. On pages 2 through 18 include 189 ordinances for grants of privileges introduced by the local aldermen from wards 1 through 3, 5, 6, 8, 11, 12, 15 through 17, 21 through 33, 35 through 38, and 41 through 50. On page 19 and 20 include 21 ordinances for canopies introduced by the local aldermen from wards 5, 23, 27, 42, 44, 45, 47, and 48. On pages 21 and 22 include 2 amendments and 7 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 1 through 3, 12, 14 through 16, 22, 33, and 36. On page 23 includes 1 resolution ordinance introduced by the local alderman from the 27th Ward, and on page 24 includes 2 re-subdivision ordinances located in the 11th and 25th Wards. Mr. President, if there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Committee on Workforce Development, Chairman Sidlowski Garza.
Thank you, Mr. President, and members of City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Workforce Development, which held a virtual meeting on April 13th, 2022. And there was 1 item on the agenda recommended for passage, 02022665, Amendment of Municipal Codes Title 2, 4, 6, and 8 by modifying and expanding sexual harassment prohibitions. A substitute ordinance, SO2021-2058, was introduced and accepted by the committee. The Committee on Workforce Development recommended that SO2022-665 do pass by majority roll call vote. Unless there are members wishing to speak to this item and hearing no objection, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the committee and pass this item by the same roll call vote as item 1 on the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes the report on the Committee on Workforce Development.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Tunney, Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on April 26th of 2022. Reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present. Pages 1 through 13 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 14th, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 30th, 35th, 36th, 44, 45, 47, and 49th wards. I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 13 contains document number 02022-857. The historical landmark designation for the Ludlow Typograph Company building located at 2028 through 2062 North Clybourne Avenue. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection. Page 13 contains document number 02022-67, a landmark fee waiver for 11114 through 11116 South Champlain Avenue
I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 13 contains document number 02022-89, the demolition of a portion of the building at 210 through 218 North Aberdeen Street in the Fulton Randolph Market Landmark District. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Lastly, page 14 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade in the 1st, 14th, 23rd, 27th, 34th, 41st, 42nd, and 45th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my zoning report, but I do want to mention that we did, the Committee on Casinos actually had a meeting, a subject matter hearing only on Monday, April 25th. There were no votes taken, but for the record, we did meet for a number of hours, as Mr. President, you are well aware of. So with that, that concludes both the report of zoning and also the casino meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. Agreed calendar. Matters on the agreed calendar, Alderman Harris.
Oh, boy. I've received from Clerk Andrea M. Valencia a total of 198 items proposed for the agreed calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemoratory, and tributary resolutions for the following aldermen: Alderman Hopkins, Alderman Dow, Alderman Hairston, Alderman Sawyer, Alderman Mitchell, Alderman Harris, Alderman Lee, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Burke, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Curtis, Alderman O'Shea, Alderman Rodriguez, Alderman Tabarez, Alderman Raboris, Alderman Cardona, Alderman Sposato, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Vasquez, Alderman Riley, Alderman Tunney, and Alderman Osterman. I move passage of these items in the agreed calendar in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. We need to go back to committee reports so that I can recognize Chairman Brookins, who reported out the wrong report for committee.
Thank you.
Chairman Brookins.
Thank you, Mr. President. With respect to the speech I read before, never mind. But specifically, that was a report that was from a previous meeting. We would like to report out for the Committee on Transportation, a meeting which was held on April 21st, 2020. The following ordinances were passed by a majority of the members present. On page 2 includes one mayoral introduction by the mayor's office. Page 3 through 4 includes 17 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local aldermen from wards 2, 3, 10, 21, 25, 30, 32, 33, 36, 39, 47, and 49. Page 5 includes one re-subdivision located in the 27th ward, and page 6 includes one vacation ordinance in the 29th ward. If there are no objections, we'd ask that you disregard the previous read report and pass these items just read by the most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and an associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. That concludes the correct report.
Thank you, Chairman Brookins. New business. The clerk. Sorry, Chairman Harris. Have you concluded the agreed calendar?
I moved in the omnibus the passage of the agreed calendar.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Miscellaneous business. In accordance with Rule 41, I've handed up a resolution to the clerk that updates our... Okay, we're doing new business first?
Yes, new business. The clerk will call the wards beginning with the 50th.
Claims, free permits, license fee exemptions, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. An exemption from physical barrier requirement for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Haddon has a proposed ordinance for establishment of residential warrant rules and regulations for Chicago Police Department members, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Osterman and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-80-040, regarding age requirements for certain commissioners of Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Kappelman has a proposed order for historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 1039 through 1059 West Lawrence Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Tunney has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-64-206, by installing parking meters and establishing hours of operation on portion of North Sheffield Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Tunney also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Stephen Strauss Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Tunney and Alderman Rodriguez have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-232, by repealing Section 4-232-200, prohibiting operation of garages within 200 feet of hospitals, churches, or schools, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Smith has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Tom O'Rourke and Peggy Barber Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Smith and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-156, by modifying various sections and adding a new section, 2-156-301, regarding governmental ethics, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Two committees having been called, the matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Smith and others have a proposed resolution for amendment of Municipal Code, for amendment of the City Council Rules of Order and Procedures by modifying Rule 14 regarding recusal requirements for Chicago Council members, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Vasquez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-44, by adding a new section to be known as Citywide Demolition Permit Surcharge Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Nugent has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of North Elston Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Nugent and others have a proposed resolution to call for the Illinois General Assembly to adopt Senate Bill 4205 or House Bill 5744 to combat carjackings, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Spizzato has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Alexandra Laos Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Spizzato and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-156, regarding authorized use of real of personal city property and offering, receiving, and solicitation of gifts or favors, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Alderman Villegas has a proposed resolution for the affirmation of Chicago's commitment to the protection of LGBTQ plus community and call for ban on municipally funded travel to Texas and Florida, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution for expression of support for the protection and expansion of abortion rights, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds for the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development for the year 2022, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Villegas and others have a proposed resolution to call for the Illinois General Assembly to pass House Bill 5731, making ghost guns illegal, referred to a joint committee of the members of the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development and the members of the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and others have a proposed resolution to call for hearings on budget cuts to the Chicago Public Schools, which is referred to the Committee on Education and Child Development. Alderman Wagasback has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2785 North Clybourne Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Wagasback and Alderman Ramirez Rosa have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portion of West Fullerton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Raboyes has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapters 4-6 to repeal Section 4-6-230G5 regarding booting of motor vehicles on private property, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Two committees having been called, the Committee on License and Consumer Protection and the Committee on Finance. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Raboyes also has proposed ordinances for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional packaged goods licenses on portions of West Belmont Avenue and North Central Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Talafiero has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on desperate impact of Chicago's hiring and promotional practices on Black and Hispanic Fire Department applicants, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Burnett has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-6-0403G, to exclude food and beverage retail sales use group within planned manufacturing districts, number 4B, from required food area limits, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Burnett has a proposed ordinance for release of restrictive use covenant regarding vacation of public alley within the area bounded by West Harbor Street, North Morgan Street, West Kinsey Street, and North Carpenter Street, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Cicho Lopez has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on conditions of viaducts and bridges in the city of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Cicho Lopez also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 921 South Jefferson Street, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-232-200, to allow operation of garages within 200 feet of hospital, church, or school within area bounded by West 46th Street, South LaCrosse Avenue, West 48th Street, and South LaGrange Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for vacation of the West 46th Street bounded by South Knox Avenue and the Belt Railroad right-of-way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Brookins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of South Vincennes Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Taylor has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Title V, by adding a new Chapter 5-25 to be known as Accountable Housing and Transparency Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman O'Shea and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Titles 2 and 3 by modifying various sections and adding a new sections 2-36-761 and 2-84-451 regarding death benefits to surviving spouses of first responders who die by suicide, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Burke has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 5211 South Cicero Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Quinn has a proposed ordinance for renewal of designation of the 5th, 9th, and 19th precincts of the 13th Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which are referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Sidlowski Garza has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on South Ewing Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman King has proposed ordinances for the amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 9-68, by adding new sections 9-68-032 to establish seasonal parking permit program on portions of East 32nd Place, South Ellis Avenue, South Oakenwall Avenue, and South Rhodes Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed resolution calling for renaming of the Chicago Transit Authority Blue Line Division Station to Division/Polish Triangle Station, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Laspada has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 2-8-050, to allow use of automatic expense allowance funds for rain barrels, which are referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Laspada also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to disallow additional package goods licenses on portions of North Milwaukee Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Laspada also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2501 Northwestern Avenue and 2606 North Elston Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Laspada and others also have a proposed resolution to call for recognition of Roberto Clemente's place of death in Lanza, Puerto Rico, on National Registry of Historic Places, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Two committees called, the Committee on Health and the Committee on Rules. The matters referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. And Alderman Ramirez Rosa has a proposed ordinance for a grant of privilege in the public way for Chicago Keleby Incorporated, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Alderman Mitchell for approval of the journals. Alderman Mitchell for approval of the journals.
I'm not aware of any corrections to the journal from March 23rd, 2022 or March 28th, 2022, and move that both be approved.
Those in favor of approving the journals, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Aye. The motion is carried. Unfinished business.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any unfinished business.
Miscellaneous business. Alderman Harris, I believe you have an item.
President, in concordance with Rule 41, I've handed up a resolution to the clerk that updates our committee assignments resolution to replace Alderman Maldonado with Alderman Cardona as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety.
A motion?
Yes, I move passage by the same roll call vote previously applied to the first item on Finance Committee, on the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Date and time of the next meeting. Alderman Beal.
In accordance with our rules, I motioned up a Rule 41 with the clerk's office over 48 hours ago to be heard today. It is a ordinance asking for the repeal of the speed light camera ordinance to put it back to its original ordinance prior to the change that was made. It was in finance, and I correctly submitted that to the clerk's office for submittal to be heard today for a vote.
The chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
The notice of a motion to discharge was not filed timely. Rule 41 requires that the notice be provided no later than the 5th business day preceding the day of the City Council meeting, and that the notice was filed on Monday, April 25th, which is only 2 business days ago. Accordingly, I move to lay on the table Alderman Beal's motion to discharge.
Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Beal.
Mr. Chairman, according to our rules of order that we're governed by, it clearly says that a Rule 41 should be motioned up 48 hours prior to the meeting. It is clearly stated, and once again, this is an attempt to change the rules to fit the narrative. So it was submitted correctly, and it was filed correctly, and I received a confirmation from the clerk's office.
And Alderman Beal, I'm looking at page 29 of the City Council rules. Under Rule 41, it says here that in order to afford a committee chairman an opportunity to convene a hearing on a pending matter and provide the alderman sufficient time to review such matter, no motion to discharge shall be called for a vote unless a written notice identifying the matter is delivered to and time-stamped by the city clerk and copies delivered to all aldermen no later than by the close of business on the 5th business day prior to the City Council meeting.
I agree with that terminology. However, by this being put in committee, it's been in committee for over 8 months. Therefore, there was ample time for the chairman to convene a meeting, and so therefore that ruling is out of order because there was plenty of time to afford a hearing on that particular matter.
Well, Alderman Beal, we have a pending motion that is not debatable. We have a motion to lay on the table by Alderman Harris.
I motion to appeal the ruling of the chair for a roll call vote.
I'm not making a ruling. We actually have a motion live.
You cannot lay a motion on the floor on a Rule 41. You cannot lay it on the table. That is out of order. Yes, it is.
Chairman Irvin?
Yes, the motion made by Alderman Beal clearly is out of order. I don't think there needs to be a ruling of anything. It is out of order. It's not in compliance with the rules. If it is out of order, if he wants to appeal the ruling of that that's fine, and we dispose of the matter that way. There's no need to go any further than your ruling, and if he appeals your ruling, that's all we need to do.
And actually, I'm not making a ruling. We're entertaining a motion by Chairman Harris, which is not debatable. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. And to be clear, a yes vote is in favor of Alderman Harris's motion to lay on the table. A no vote means that you wish to consider Alderman Beal's motion to discharge the committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Hold on. That is my point. I think that the motion that Chairman Harris made is not necessary because you all have said that it's out of order. If it's out of order, he can appeal that ruling, but beyond that, that's it. There is no motion to speak to. Your motion, he said you're out of order. You want to appeal the chair, you can appeal the chair, and that's all that needs to be done here.
Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a point of information, wasn't this matter previously deferred back to the committee?
I believe it was.
So because it was previously deferred back to the committee, it's a 48-hour notice for the item to be brought back up under the Rule 41, which is on page 30 of our book. This isn't an unannounced committee report. This was a previously deferred committee report. So that gives our timing is 48 hours for notice.
So Alderman Lopez and Alderman Irvin, there were two ways I could have approached this. I could have made my own ruling, but instead of doing that, I actually recognized Chairman Harris to make her motion. So it's one or the other, but I actually recognized her. She did make a motion to lay on the table, which is not debatable, and that's why we're going to have a roll call vote. So I'd again remind my colleagues that a yes vote is in favor of Alderman Harris's motion to lay on the table, and a no vote means you wish to consider Alderman Beal's motion to discharge committee. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
The voting is open. The voting is open. Please hit refresh. The voting is open. If you need help, please raise your hand. Make sure you cast your vote.
Again, a yes vote is in favor of Alderman Harris's motion, and a no vote means you wish to reconsider.
Coming to you. Please refresh. Please hit cast your vote.
You do it to the lady. I thought I was going to be.
If you need help, please raise your hand. Oh, you can do it. I don't care.
Again, a yes vote is in favor of Alderman Harris's motion to lay on the table, and a no vote means you wish to consider Alderman Beal's motion to discharge the committee.
Please hit cast your vote. Raise your hand. Alderman Maldonado's is frozen. We're coming right there. Alderman Dow, I think your device. Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Alderman Hairston, that's not here. Okay. Alderman Coleman, please cast your vote if you're here. Alderman Cicho Lopez, Alderman Maldonado, Alderman Mitz. Alderman Mitz. Yep, Alderman Mitz, the yes if you're in favor of Michelle Alderman Harris. Alderman Dahl is a voice vote of a yay. That will be reflected on the record. Okay, Alderman Harrison's not here. Alderman Coleman, Alderman Coleman is casting her vote now. Alderman Napolitano. No, I think it's just Coleman. Okay, Alderman Coleman is in. Okay, anyone else need a voice vote? Alderman Dow is casting it right now. And Alderman Riley is an aye. Alderman Riley is a yes. That will be reflected in the record. Alderman Dow is a yes. Hers is up there. Okay. Anyone else walk on the floor? I didn't see. Okay, we are now closing the vote. Okay, Riley is added. We will add yours to the record. We are closing the vote. 30. It'll be 30. 30 to 17, closing it.
Okay.
There are 30 ayes and 17 nays. Alderman Beal's motion is tabled. Alderman Mitchell, date and time of the next meeting.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time for the next meeting.
Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago that the next regular meeting of the City Council shall be held on Monday, May 23rd, 2022, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the City Council Chamber. May 23rd, 2022, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the City Council Chamber on the second floor of City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. If prior to then there is a determination in accordance with Section 7E of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent due to COVID-19, the next regular meeting of the City Council may be conducted by video conference in accordance with applicable law. Any such determination will be posted on the City Clerk's website along with an amended meeting agenda indicating that the meeting will be conducted by video conference by 10 o'clock a.m. on Thursday, May 19th, 2022. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Resolutions. We have 3 resolutions today. A congratulatory resolution for Spencer Leak Sr. on the occasion of his 85th birthday. A congratulatory resolution for Tom Balanoff on his occasion of his retirement as president of Local 1. And a resolution to recognize Arab American History Month. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. In the interest of respecting people's time, we will forego reading the resolutions and instead hear remarks from City Council. The first is a congratulatory resolution for Spencer Leak Sr., and we'll go straight to remarks. Yes, Alderman Moore.
And they've been waiting since like 9 this morning. I think this, in the interest of time, and I don't know who, and they've waited that long, I think this resolution should be read in its entirety.
If that's the will of the body, I certainly have no issue with it. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution for Mr. Leak. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Whereas, in recognition of his public service, civil rights advocacy, and whereas in recognition of his public service, civil rights advocacy, and appreciation of his tireless work bringing comfort to the community members in their time of need, the members of this chamber are pleased to congratulate Spencer Leak Sr. on the occasion of his 85th birthday. And whereas Mr. Leak Sr. was born on April 15, 1937, to pioneering Chicago mortician A.R. Leak, and grew up with his 3 brothers near 37th Street and State Street. And whereas Mr. Leak graduated from Hyde Park High School in 1956, and whereas after joining the U.S. Army in 1960, Mr. Leak was stationed in West Germany. And whereas in 1964, Mr. Leake Sr. joined 10,000 activists led by his father and Reverend Clay Evans to protest the racially segregated Oakwood Cemetery. And whereas Mr. Leake Sr. became president and funeral director of Leake & Sons Funeral Chapel in 1970, assuming a major role in running the family business. And whereas Mr. Leake returned to school, earning his B.S. degree from Daniel Hale Williams College in 1979 and his M.S. degree in criminal justice from Chicago State University in 1981. And whereas upon completing his higher education, Mr. Leake Sr. dedicated his time to public service. And whereas Mr. Leake Sr. served as Consumer Affairs Chief for the Illinois Attorney General, Executive Director for the Cook County Department of Corrections, Deputy Chief Inspector General for the Illinois Secretary of State, Manager for Illinois Vehicle Services, Deputy Director for District 1 of the Illinois Department of Corrections, and Commissioner of the Illinois Human Rights Commission. And whereas since 1993, Mr. Leake Sr. has served as President and CEO of Leake & Sons Funeral Home, and he has served innumerable members of the community in preparing memorial services with empathy, reverence, and dedication. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of Chicago, assemble here this 27th day of April 2022, do hereby congratulate Spencer Leake Sr. on the occasion of his 85th birthday, express to him our heartfelt gratitude for his exemplary service to the residents of our great city, and extend to him our best wishes for continued health, happiness, prosperity, and success. And be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to Spencer Leake Sr. as a sign of our appreciation and esteem.
Alderman Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution, and in the interest of brevity, I just want to say to the Spencer Leake and to the Leake family, I love you. I appreciate the work that you've done all these many years in supporting the community. You're a great Sixth Ward business, and more importantly than that, you're a community member that really cares about doing what's best for everyone. You know that I'm always supporting you, and you always assist me in any way possible. From your father being my father's godfather, you're kind of like my godfather, and I just appreciate you all so much. Continued success, continued health and happiness. And again, from the Sawyer family and from the Sixth Ward family, we love and appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Sawyer. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the mayor for taking my recommendation to honor this great man, not only because it's his 85th birthday, because of so much what he has done in this city. When we talk about a business in 2023 will be 90 years old, that says a lot, and especially a lot when it's a family business that's going not only started with the first generation, second generation, Mr. Leake Sr., but his son, Spencer Leake, and his brothers, Stacy and Steve, and then it'll be going to their children, fourth generation. And so that says a lot about a business that's ran properly in this city, but also one who has served this great city. One of the things I think was mentioned in there, or probably wasn't mentioned in that resolution, when Dr. King did come here, Spencer Leake Sr. served as his chauffeur and took him to the Soldier Field when he spoke there. That's historical, and it helped change a lot of things that's going on in Chicago today. What I want to bring currently, though, is that a lot of people didn't realize that during the COVID crisis, then after these many deaths, and then during the shootings that we still deal with now, this Leake family have to deal with that on a daily basis. But they helped a lot of families get through COVID, and so they need to be commended for that and recognized for that. As we celebrate Spencer Leake Sr. on his 85th birthday, he had a partner in this, and that's his wife, Mrs. Henrietta Leake. And so you all absolutely. And together, they've raised a great family, and I think that is the mecca of even the business, their family and their family model, their closeness. And they are a pinnacle to me in our community in terms of their family themselves. So I thank the mayor for accepting my recommendation, and I think he told this was his first time in City Hall, Council. And for me to make that happen, I am just honored so much. And God bless you, and God bless this family. Happy 85th.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. The chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Now, the Leaks have lived in the 8th Ward. I ain't gonna even say how many years it's been, but it's been a super long time. But as 8th Ward residents, they are the pinnacle and the example for residents across the entire 8th Ward for everything you do. Everybody knows you. They are the local celebrities. They can't drive down the street and they be like, oh, they go to Leaks. Either it's Mrs. Leak or Mr. Leak. So thank you. And thank you for staying, because you have the ability to go anywhere and live anywhere you want to. I thank you for choosing the 8th Ward as your home. We love you. We appreciate you for your service and your commitment to a difficult community. And so I appreciate that you kept your business model in the 6th Ward. So thank you again for everything you do. It doesn't go without notice to us who live there. We know what you do and we can't appreciate you. And then to Spencer Jr., I want to say thank you for following in your dad's footsteps. And all the boys, I don't want to just say, I'm gonna get in trouble. But for building a business that your sons and your grandchildren will have as long as they want to, because of the type of commitment you have to people. But the mayor couldn't be here, and she had remarks, so I'm going to read her remarks, because I could talk about y'all for the next hour or two. And so I say, thank you, happy birthday, Mr. Leak. So the mayor says, I also want to stand with the entire body of the council to speak to this resolution. Thank you to Alderman David Moore for recognizing Mr. Leak's accomplishments and bringing him here for his 85th birthday. Mr. Leak is truly a living legend. For decades, he's dedicated his life's work towards public service, civil rights advocacy, and bringing comfort to community members in a time of need. After serving in the U.S. Army for 4 years, Mr. Leak joined his father, Reverend Clay Evans, and 10,000 other activists to protest the racially segregated Oakwood Cemetery on the South Side in 1964, a decision that would combine his interest in activism and mortuary science. A few years later, in 1970, Mr. Leak assumed a majority role in his family's business by becoming the president and funeral director of the well-known Leak and Sons Funeral Chapel, where he forged deep connections with families in their time of grief and helped them honor their lost loved ones in the best way possible. As well, Mr. Leak is a man of many talents. He is one to always seek ways to maximize his service to others. That's why he made time in his busy schedule in the severe public service roles and serving in public service roles, including Consumer Affairs Chief for the Illinois Attorney General, Executive Director for Cook County Department of Corrections, Deputy Chief Inspector General for the Illinois Secretary of State, Manager for the Illinois Vehicle Services, Deputy Director for the 1st District of Illinois Department of Corrections, and Commissioner of the Illinois Human Relations Commission. In each of these roles, Mr. Leak worked tirelessly to advocate for those who often had no voice and connect to people the resources that they needed to go about their lives. At this time, Mr. Leak never stops providing for those who sought out Leak and Sons services. And because of his hard work, dedication, reverence, and empathy, in 1993, Mr. Leak was promoted to the president and the CEO of Leak and Sons Funeral Home, where he served his community members and prepared memorial services ever since. Mr. Leak, we cannot thank you enough for your incredible acts of service to the residents of the city. We wish you a happy 85th birthday and pray your 85th year is marked by continued good health, joy, and prosperity. Thank you for all you do, Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
Thank you, Alderman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also like to stand in support of this resolution and wishing Mr. Leak a happy birthday. God bless you, Mr. Leak. Thank you for everything that you do for people in our city. You know, one of the things that you and I really connect on, and sometimes you call me your son, no offense to you guys, Little Leaks. But But you and I connect on the social justice, the prison system, the county, because I do a lot of volunteering with the jails. It was always good to have someone working in that arena who had compassion for our people, and understood, that, folks needed support and they needed the resources in order to recidivize themselves and get themselves together. So I thank God for you, for the many people that you have helped over the years who have gone through the county jails and the prisons that a lot of folks don't even know about. I also want to commend you and your beautiful wife, whom you all, no matter what you do, you guys are always available to stand up and speak up for folks. People utilize you at many events. You guys are always the best speakers at those events. You guys are a role model for other African Americans with being married for many years and raising a good family. You guys really encourage a lot of us to continue to do what we do, but also stay together. So I just want to commend both of you all on all of the things that you've done. And then your sons, I had a joke with your other kids earlier. I was like, man, I only see your brother. I didn't know he had any other brothers and sisters because he tried to take all the light. But he's everywhere. He is everywhere. He is a chip, right off your shoulder, man. He's involved in the community. He volunteers with stuff. He donates. He do all of the things that you all do. I know, and I know Howard's a funeral guy too. No one wants to say that you all help people with their funerals because you don't want everybody coming asking for free funerals, right? But I do know when folks are in need, the Leaks family has always been there. And you have always helped so many people in their time of mourning to give them comfort. Matter of fact, Mr. Leak, I've been to funerals and they will have their funerals at your place, but you would be like, the officiator of the funeral. Not just you would literally be like, are you a minister? Because you would be preaching at the funeral. You would be preaching at the funeral. And I've seen that on many occasions. And I want to commend David Moore for bringing this up. And I just got a question, because I know you all have a uniform. It's gold and black. Do David work for you guys too? Do David Moore work for you guys too? Because nobody's saying anything. But anyway, I just want to say, God bless you all. Thank you for everything you've contributed to our city. Thank you for all the people you have helped over the years. Thank you for being in the gap for African Americans throughout this city. May God bless you with many more happy and healthy birthdays. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Chair recognizes Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand to be associated with this resolution. I don't think I can have as many good stories as Walter have, but I can say that I'm grateful to have known the Leaks. That includes everybody. The little leaks, the big leaks, all of the leaks. But especially to the strength behind the Leaks. And that's Miss Henrietta. Because when I had troubled times, I could come to her, call her, and ask her for advice. When my husband passed, I know she probably won't remember this, but I had to call her because I wasn't sure where Lemuel was going to be interned at. Naturally, he went to Gatlin's. But for the advice that you gave me at the time, stand up, hold your head up, don't be crying all over the place. Thank you for that advice because it has helped me to get to the day, so that I can stand up, hold my head up, and do what I need to do. To the younger Spencer, thank you for the interment that you gave to my sister. It was her request to come to Spencer Leaks funeral home. I never knew that until my niece had told me. but you put my niece away my sister away grand style. Grand style. And as one of our aldermen said, that everybody know the leaks, because it's black and gold. And quiet as it's kept, I believe David do work for him. But if he does, it's in a spiritual way. Because David's heart that he has given to so many of accolades to Reverend Evans, to yourself, to Bishop Brazier, you know that he's a spiritual man of God. That is to say that we didn't have anybody to do my sister's service, and you did the service, Mr. Lee. And we thank you for that. Those things have been past some 20-something years, but they're still in our heart. So on behalf of the Austin family, happy birthday. Will you be blessed with many more? Even when your time has come, you will still be in our hearts. I can say you will still be in mine. Thank you so much for being a part of our lives. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to this family. Two things I want to talk about. Number one is the fact that you're still in the neighborhood. It is very rare, and when people reach the level of success and the prosperity that you have reached, that you still stay in the neighborhood in one of the most historic black communities in our city. That's number one. Number two, we just want to thank you for your philanthropy, for all that you've done to just help people. When my cousin passed, a firefighter out in California, they pulled the gold hearse up at Midway Airport to receive his body. At first, I thought y'all was from the west side with the gold hearse, but I come to find out that you did have a location on the west side that was actually in the 28th Ward years ago. But nonetheless, we appreciate your service throughout our city and in Black Chicago, because you all are the pinnacle of success in the business. And as I spoke about earlier, to see so many of our black businesses leave and industries leave, and now we're the beauty shop, the barber shop, and the funeral home of our communities. And you have been the pinnacle of success, and I probably would say across the country, not just in Chicago, with the work that you've done and the time and effort that you put into helping people, even in the correction system, but also in the work that you do on a day-to-day basis. To the family, Miss Henrietta, we just want to thank you for loaning him to us for the work, because I know I see him out all the time, officiating, doing things that he needs to do as a businessman, and we just appreciate the kindness and the care and concern that you've given to the black community in the city of Chicago for the last 100+ years. So thank you all, and God bless you.
Alderman Irvin, the chair recognizes Alderman Brookins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Leek, for a living, we celebrate lives well lived. And I am glad that we can celebrate the life you have well lived while you can hear what we are talking about. I think that you're a special type of role model to me and my family. And many people here would not know this, that there are black funeral homes out there in name only. And long ago, they have since abandoned being a funeral home that is owned by an African American, but owned by a national corporation. And that it has been difficult in keeping family together, but keeping a business together in the community for so long. But your family has always been one that we could look to for inspiration as a role model to say that it is possible. And because of you, it is us. And because of me and my sister, it is now hopefully going to be passed down to Howard III, who is in mortuary science in school now. I just don't know how to express our gratitude to you and your family and all that you have done in your advocacy, in your business acumen throughout the community but I just want to say to Ms. Leak and your kids, thank you for sharing him with us. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Brookins. The chair recognizes Alderman Hairston.
Thank you, Mr. President. See, I didn't call you Madam President. Members of the City Council, I too rise in support to acknowledge your birthday. Happy birthday. You know, people may not know this, but if I had not gone to law school, I would have been gone to mortuary school. Yes, yes, yes. One of those unknown facts. Huh? I can still go? I'm doing all I can to keep those continuing legal education credits up. But our paths crossed a different kind of way. When I was a child, you were neighbors to my father's McDonald's. And so I got to see you there, and that might have piqued my interest in mortuary sciences or something, but I just always thought it was the coolest thing. And then fast forward a few years, well, maybe more than a few, when I decided to run for office. And you had your Sunday morning radio show, and you invited me on, and we sat down and we talked. And, you know, you gave me a chance, like you have done so many other people. But even though we say thank you, you do not know the depth of that gratitude and the spirit and the way that it can carry us wherever we go. So I want to thank you for that. You have been a pillar in the communities. You have been a pillar in your church. You know, I remember a time when the 5th Ward was just across the street, and then it became the 6th Ward, and they go back and forth, back and forth. And I did not know about your civil rights with Oakwood Cemetery, which is in the 5th Ward, and is now home to many notable African Americans. So I thank you for your work there. Your whole family is just love. And you're driven by love, and you're driven by passion to help anyone and everyone in whatever way that you can. And that is a wonderful thing to have, a wonderful way to live your life, and I wish you many more. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
President, I too rise to support this resolution, and for the 6th time, I want to thank David Moore for bringing this resolution before us. And I want to let my other colleagues know, you know, my white colleagues and my Latino colleagues, that, you know, the Leaks don't just bury black folks. Y'all can say something now. You can say something. You know, we're talking about a family that has had a presence in this city of Chicago that has made it the great city that it is. And, you know, so I just wanted to rise and not only wish you a happy birthday and congratulations on 85 wonderful years, but as a kid growing up, I used to always hear, and, you know, you don't put 2 and 2 together until you get older, but I used to hear my grandmother talk about the Leak family. And so that just goes to tell you how long this family has had a presence in this city of Chicago. And not only a presence in business, but a presence just in the community, giving back, doing different things in the community, being active in the community. And so I was blessed that once I got elected some years ago, that 2023, I think it is, that I had the pleasure of meeting the family 23 years ago when I first got elected. And at that point is when I personally had an opportunity to understand the magnitude of the Leak family and what you all are doing every single day. Now, I don't call Mr. Leak Spencer like some people do. I call him Mr. Leak because that's what I was born to do, and that's how you respect people that are doing things in the community. So I say Mr. Leak and Miss Leak. Now, Spencer, I'll give you Spencer. All right? But that's the respect that this family deserves. And you all have earned it, and it's much respected. And I just love the fact of what you all are doing. And I'm going to tell you, The word says that a wise man provides for his children's children. And that's what the Leak family has done with this business. They're providing for their children and their grandchildren. That's what a wise man does. So you are a wise man and you are a wise woman to be together, to do the things that you all have done in this city. Thank you all so much. Many more blessings, great years together. God bless you and job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderman Coleman.
And I undoubtedly support this recognition for our own Mr. Spencer Leak. Now, Mr. Leak isn't an ordained minister, but he's something like a preacher. And to the fragrance of their family, Mrs. Leak, to Spencer Jr., Stevie in his absence, Stacy, and your godson, Leon. Now, Leon, you didn't get the memo to wear your black suit and gold tie. You're acting up over there. But I want to thank you so much for continuing on the legacy. Alderwoman Harrison mentioned the broadcast. It's time truth speaks. And the platform that you have given so many of us. As a new alderman in 2015, you allowed me to come to the broadcast. And my mother, and anytime someone is doing good in our community, Mr. Leak, you give us that opportunity. My first assignment when I became alderman was restoring the A.R. Leak senior signs on Marquette Road, which your father founded his church over in West Inglewood in the 16th Ward. So Spencer, I want to thank you and Stacy for making sure that we restored the legacy of your family. So anytime anyone drives down Marquette from Ashland to Loomis, that they will know that the Leak family's presence, it's also citywide over in West Inglewood. What I admire most is every time you come into one of the many locations, shout out to the new location in the south suburbs, but anytime anyone sees anything associated with your family, it says founded by God. Founded by God. That holds so much weight and so morally, it means so much to see that no matter where you're at, no matter where you're going or who you're presenting to, you never deny the gospel of Jesus Christ and the fact that what your family has done is on the foundation of God. God bless you, Mr. Leak, Reverend Leak, Pastor, Bishop, Elder, Apostle. God has blessed you with 85 years, and truly we thank God for your life and for the legacy of your family as you all on your third and soon to be fourth generation of the Leak tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Coleman. The chair recognizes Alderman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Alderman Moore, for bringing forward this important resolution. Mr. Leak, I just wanted to say happy birthday to you, and you are a Chicago icon and a successful businessman, and you've been that for years. And actually, my colleague, Alderman Coleman, said what I was going to say, because when I think of you when I see you walk through Liberty Baptist Church or South Park Baptist Church or First Church of the Deliverance, where the ministers there and the congregation, they know you, you like to sing, and be a part of the community. And that basically shows that the Lord has blessed you and that what you do for your living is generated from the spirit and the relationship that you have with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And so I wanted to acknowledge that in you and to wish you a much health and wealth and prosperity and all that, and to say thank you to Ms. Henrietta Leak and to your sons for supporting you and making sure that this family's legacy lives on. So happy birthday again, and thank you so much for being who you are.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome to the Leaks family. I've known your family ever since I was first elected, and I've seen the dignity you've given my residents when their families were at their worst, when their family members and loved ones were going home to God. You were there for them. And it's impactful, it's powerful to see just the amount of love that you show people when their world is, in their mind, coming to an end at the loss of someone. I've seen it more times than I care to remember. Actually, I'm going to be there Friday for another one of my residents who've passed away. But I know that my residents love you. My families love you. And this city loves you. And on behalf of all the people of the 15th Ward and many of those who have yet to experience God's goodness through you, I just want to say happy birthday to you, Mr. Leaks. Thank you to your family. Thank you to the inspiration you provide everyone, and to the compassion and love for people you don't know, that it could be a model for all of us to celebrate that love in life as you do in death. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
President, as Alderman Beal suggested, I'm glad we're able to add just a touch of diversity to this tribute to a great man and an outstanding community leader. And I'm glad to do it because I first met Spencer Leak back in 1995. At that time, I had just joined county government, and I quickly found one of my responsibilities in that capacity was to write the memorial resolutions and to arrange for personal attendance at funerals and memorial services. And that was a job that I had for 20 years. That was one task that I continued to do throughout my tenure in county government, and I had more interactions than I can remember with Leak and Sons and the staff there, and every one of them was professional, conducted with grace and dignity that you brought to families in their moment of grief and bereavement when they needed it most. I saw it, I witnessed it, and I was a part of it. And every time I had to call you or Henrietta and ask for assistance in writing the proper tribute to someone of note who passed away to their eternal reward, you were there for me and you supported me through 20 years. And I thank you for that, sir, and to your entire staff. You're a great man, a great leader, and you're part of the entire fabric of the city. Of course, you have a special place in the South Side, but you're a part of what we try to accomplish here when we send someone to their final resting place, someone who meant something to all of us, either on a personal level or on a citywide level because of the accomplishments in their career and the great things that they did. And to send them off to their reward with that fitting tribute is really the essence of your profession. And I was honored to be a part of it every time I attended a service at Leak & Sons. I wish you the happiest of birthdays and God's continued blessing to you and your family. Thank you, Mr. Leak.
Thank you, Alderman Hopkins. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm doing something today that I very rarely do, and that's rise in support of a resolution. I couldn't let this time go by without acknowledging Mr. Leak. Mr. Leak and I went to school with Spencer. We went to Kenwood together, and I was introduced to your family in one visit to the house. And it was very clear at that time that you and your wife were people of no nonsense. You know, I hung out with Spencer, great son, hung out with Steve, great son. I feel I had a good father. He's no longer with us. So I, as a young man, always looked, what older men can I look at? And you are absolutely one of them. I'm not going to be long-winded, so I'm going to end with saying I admire you. It is people that I grew up with. I grew up in Jeffrey Manor. They admire you. Young men and women that you don't know admire you. And I could not let this day go by without saying happy birthday to you. And I wish you many more. And you and your wife have done a great job with your sons. I'm going to embarrass Spencer for a second. I called him Spanky growing up. He knew it was coming. But once again, I admire you. Thank you for being that role model to young men like me and all the men I grew up with. And I look forward to celebrating, saying happy birthday to you many more years to come.
Thank you, Alderman Mitchell. The chair recognizes Alderman Burke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to stand and
join in offering a few words of tribute to the distinguished guest here in our chamber today and his family. You know, those of us that are lawyers early in our legal career learn a Latin term. It's sui generis. And sui generis is translated into one of a kind. I think one of the highest compliments I could use to describe Spencer Leak is that he is indeed sui generis, one of a kind, a legend in his own time. And it was 56 years ago that I met this legend. 56 years ago, I was a young Chicago cop assigned to the state's attorney's office, and Spencer had already carved out a reputation in law enforcement and correction. 56 years ago, Mr. President, today as I look at this wonderful family, it seems like only yesterday. And 75 is a remarkable milestone in his career. But I hope that perhaps we can amend this resolution to require that Spencer Leak and his family return here to this chamber to celebrate his 10 anniversary. Amen. With the help of God, who will continue to give you and your beautiful wife and family good health and success for many years to come. Not just 10, but 20. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to add a few words to the sui generis legend. God bless.
Thank you, Alderman Burke, for your eloquent words as always. And Mr. Leak, you've touched many people in this chamber, you and your family, and I'd also like to join them in recognizing you for all of the work you've done over many years here in Chicago, and also to wish you a very happy 85th birthday. Yep. Yep. Who is? Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no objection, I'd like to incorporate Mr. Leaks' words into the public record.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
We have a second congratulatory for Mr. Tom Balanoff, and I'd like the clerk to read the resolution into the record, please.
Whereas, in recognition of his leadership and appreciation of his tireless work improving the lives of Chicago workers through zealous advocacy and his commitment to leading a socially conscious labor movement, the members of this chamber are pleased to congratulate Tom Balanoff on the occasion of his retirement as president of the Service Employees International Union SEIU Local 1 in Chicago and the union's state council. And whereas formed in Chicago in 1921, SEIU Local 1 was the first racially integrated union in America, bringing together immigrant janitors from across the globe who were fighting for better working conditions. And whereas, as more and more Americans left the factory and found new opportunities in airports, hospitals, nursing homes, offices, and coffee shops, Mr. Balanoff discovered his life's mission, defending the rights of the service workers who make our economy thrive. And whereas, to become an even stronger advocate for economic and labor justice, Mr. Balanoff earned a master's degree in labor and industrial relations from the University of Illinois. And whereas a dedicated labor leader for decades, Mr. Balanoff was there whenever his skills were needed to protect the rights of workers. He worked for the International Association of Firefighters in Washington, D.C., for the Allied Industrial Workers in Chicago, and for the cement, lime, and gypsum workers in Kansas City. Before then, SEIU President John Sweeney spotted Mr. Balanoff's exceptional abilities and brought him to work for SEIU in Washington, D.C. And whereas after a successful tenure as treasurer of John Sweeney's old SEIU Local 32BJ in New York City, Mr. Balanoff returned to Chicago, first as SEIU Local 73 trustee, and eventually as president of both SEIU Local 1 and the Illinois State Council. And whereas Mr. Balanoff has dedicated his life to enhancing the freedom of others, he has helped immigrant workers find their voice in the workplace. He has stood in solidarity with black workers protesting against racial injustice, and he has worked to protect our communities and our children by demanding climate justice. And whereas Mr. Balanoff retired as president of SEIU Local 1 in March 2022 after leading the labor movement for over 50 years, now therefore be it resolved that we, the mayor and members of the city council of the city of Chicago, assemble this 27th day of April 2022, do hereby congratulate Tom Balanoff on the occasion of his retirement, express to him our heartfelt gratitude for his exemplary service to the residents of our great city and the state of Illinois, and to extend to him our best wishes for continued health, happiness, prosperity, and success. And be it further resolved that a suitable copy of this resolution be presented to Tom Balanoff as a sign of our appreciation and esteem.
The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Tom has been a leader in the labor movement for over 50 years. It's someone I have personally had the honor of witnessing his continued dedication and fight for workers and for workers' protections and rights. One of his most impressive accomplishments was when he served as president of SEIU Illinois State Council. It was then that within 5 years, he led his membership to double and grow by over 90,000 members. His vision and talent for organizing the union into industry-based locals garnered rights for more than 100,000 low-wage workers in the healthcare and childcare industries. Though he would no longer be president of SEIU Local 1, Tom's impact on not just SEIU, but the entire labor movement will remain as a blueprint for strong leadership. Thank you, Tom, and congratulations on your retirement. Well deserved.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, also rise in support of this resolution, Tom. I've known you for at least 23 years since my first days as a county commissioner back then in the 90s. And you always have been not only a great labor leader and political leader, but also a good mentor, somebody that young politicians look up to. I have admired you from the very first time that I've met you, and that admiration still is live with me today. So I wish you the best in your future endeavors. I know that you are not going to disappear from the sphere of labor and politics, and I'm looking forward to have maybe lunch now that you're going to have more time to really do so. Thank you, and enjoy your life.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. The chair recognizes Alderman Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I just want to say, Tom, thank you for all your advocacy over the years It's always a pleasure talking to you. There was no disagreement. When you felt an issue, when you felt something about an issue, you let everybody be known and you let it know how it affects your members. I appreciate that. I know you're going to continue to do good work on social policy and other things. This is not a retirement. This is just a shift to something else. I know that's going to be great as well. I know that we continue to reach out to you, and I know that we're going to continue to hear your voice throughout the city of Chicago and through the state of Illinois. And thank you for your service. Thank you for allowing him to work with us. It's always a gas when Tom gets involved in something because, he's in it to the end, and he's going to make sure he sees it through. Tom, congratulations. God bless you, and we know we'll talk soon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Sawyer. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too rise in support of my favorite Balanoff. I want to congratulate you, and I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to get to know you better over the last several years. I want to thank you for the team that you've inspired to carry on your mission, getting to know and work with them. And it's been truly an experience standing on some of the front lines with you. And I just want to say that I have not forgotten that you still owe me the opportunity to go do some window washing in the city of Chicago. So at some point, as this next chapter continues, I hope to take you up on that offer so that I could fulfill my promise that I made to you a few years ago, that I would get on one of those gantries and do that. But in the meantime, enjoy your day, enjoy your recognition, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderman Austin.
I too rise to be associated with this resolution. It's a lesson learned when you get to Tom Belanoff. Truly a lesson learned. But I am so grateful for the lesson that you gave me. It was never really easy. I mean, it's to say, okay, well, I got the endorsement of SEIU. Believe me, you worked for it. You worked for it. And I'm grateful for that lesson that you gave me, that it's not something given. It is something earned. And for the years that you did support me, I am grateful for that. To say retirement, I've been wondering what that's going to look like myself. But there's no retirement in Utah. It's always an avenue for you to help somebody, to instill in them what SEIU means. And I'm grateful for the lesson that you gave me. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. The chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
Thank you very much. Tom, I wanted to say how much I respect the work that you and the SEIU have done over the years. I think you were visionary in seeing the shift of our economy from the traditional manufacturing and trade work toward the service economy we have to have. And for that, you have done a great service to the service workers of the United States. And I want to thank you and wish you the best. Thank you.
Recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join, obviously, this resolution with great honor. And I'm going to steal my colleague's term, sui generis. You're not only one of a kind, you're exemplary in what you do. I met Tom Belanoff in 2000. I got to know him before that, but I really got to know him in 2007 when we were going through the big box vote, and it just became a bad experience for me. Wait, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. You want to hear this story? Trust me. Trust me. So, 2007, I'm thinking, no, everything's good. Going in a re-election. Then I get a call and says, hey, there's some people with some purple hats out there. I'm like, what do you mean? It was SEIU. SEIU in full force. We learned a lot from that, and I got to meet him again at Barack Obama's inauguration and sat next to him. And we had a very gentleman's conversation and talked about how we're going to work together to get things done for the city. And then fast forward, when there was a fight about wages at the airport, we joined hands because it was the right thing to do. And one thing about Tom, it was always a fighter for his members. And you went into a fight with Tom Belanoff, it's a fight you were going to lose. So, Tom, kudos to you, and what a great performance, and what a great legend you would become. God bless.
George is still working on that endorsement, Tom. Thank you, Alderman Cardenas. I'm sure you did, George. Alderman Ramirez Rosa.
You know, it's very fitting that we're honoring you on this day, Tom, because we're not too many days away from May 1st. And May 1st is such an important day in worker history. It's such an important day in Chicago history. There are so many events and so many people in the history of Chicago that have made Chicago a union town. We can think of A. Philip Randolph, we can think of Lucy Gonzalez Parsons, we can think of Eugene Debs, and we can think of Tom Balanoff. See, when you look at Chicago history, you see a string of Balanoffs that have done really great things to advance the interests of working people. And so it should come to no surprise to anyone that Tom Balanoff, that you rose to the occasion, that you picked up that mantle of labor, that you picked up the great cause, and you said that you were going to use your wit, you were going to use your intellect, you were going to use the skills that God gave you to create a better city for working people, to improve the working conditions of the men and women that make this city great. That's what SEIU Local 1 has done under your leadership. And today we can say that workers at O'Hare Airport, today we can say that workers at fast food corporations all across the city of Chicago are making a $15 living wage because of the work that you and SEIU Local 1 did. It's no secret that labor is coming out of a little bit of a dark age. Today in Chicago, we have workers at Starbucks that are rising up and saying, we want a union. At Amazon, we have workers that took on the biggest corporation, one of the richest men in the world, and won. Labor was on the ropes for quite some time, but I knew that we were okay because there was Tom Balanoff hitting back for the working class and fighting to get things done. So I want to thank you. When labor was on the ropes, you made sure that SEIU Local 1 stayed in the fight. When labor was on the ropes, you made sure that SEIU Local 1 that had members not just in the public sector, but in the private sector, where labor has been struggling for quite some time, you made sure that labor continued to fight. And because you brought the fight in the city of Chicago, you helped lay that foundation for the renaissance, for the resurgence that we're seeing right now in the American labor movement. So thank you, Tom Balanoff. As everyone here has said, we know that you're not done fighting. We know that you're going to continue to stand up for the American working class. And on behalf of the 55,000 working people of the city of Chicago, I want to say thank you to you and thank you to your team for everything you've done for American workers and for the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Alderman, the chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea. Okay, we'll keep going. We recognize Alderman Harris.
Thank you. What an amazing life lived. What an amazing career. I want to tell my side of the story, but you know, I think of you as a powerhouse kind of a guy, tough as nails, but you done spanked the best of them. So I don't want people to think that because when you know he's really the sweetest person in the universe. But when he gets in that mode of working for working people, he gonna get in the room and spank you up real good. Either you gonna come or you gonna take that spanking. So thank you on behalf of working people, the little guys, and people that can't speak for themselves, for getting in that space and doing really what you know is a hard job and sometimes a tough sell to politicians who may be like, I'm gonna hold on a little bit. So thank you again for all that you do. I hope that you do spend some time with your family now and do some wonderful things and travel a little bit and really, really kick your heels up. But I expect to see you in that other side of the universe now. Well, I'm be looking for you. You promised me that you was going to do something else, so I'm going to be looking for you. So when I come, don't say you didn't tell me you was going now. So thank you so much for everything you've done for working people for the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Alderman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Chairman. Tom, it's really been an honor to work with you, learn from the workers and your whole team. And I just want to say keep plugging away, especially at home. But thank you for all the work that you've done over the years. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wagasback. Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also to you, Tom, as well, and thank you for your service and time. As I think was it Alderman Smith talked about the recognition of the shift in the economy, but people don't really know, but a lot of folks in that sector are black and brown people that have for years struggled to maintain some very basic tenements and work. And we want to thank you and what you've done to help lift up a lot of people that were voiceless and bring their issues to the front and actually raise the standard of living of those folks. Being a local one, as Chicago has so many local ones, we know that you all are at the forefront of fighting for not only our people, but for our communities as well. We appreciate your service, and again, wish you the best in your new chapter in life. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Michelle. Tom, and we all say that with love and affection, not with disrespect. You've always been known as Tom to everybody, so you've never been Mr. Belanoff. So, but I just, you and me hit it off pretty good from day one, around 11 years ago. I was thankful for your support. I was also thankful the many times you called me looking for my support for things. So you yourself called me. A lot of times you didn't have your people call me, you called me. So that's the kind of leader you were. But you've done so much for working families, for the little guy that didn't have anybody to speak up or fight for him. You and SEIU were there. You're a legend in this town. I appreciate all you did for this whole city, for working families, for me. I just wish you the best. As a labor guy myself, as I was telling you back there, I think next to you, I'm the second closest guy, labor guy here, going on my 45th year this May. So I'm proud and active union member. So I was just telling Tom, I'm telling everybody here, there's a big difference between being in the union and being a proud and active member of a union. So some people pay their dues, that's all they do. They don't want to know anything. Other people are out there when you need them, for whatever you need them, for it's a protest, or it's to support a candidate, whatever it is, there's a big difference. But Tom, I can't thank you enough, not only for all you've done, but also for your friendship. I believe we'll be friends for the rest of our lives. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Sposato. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tom, I have to echo the words of Chairman Austin. As I sit here, she said, she don't even know what retirement look like. I don't think you know what it looks like either. You keep that smile on your face, and you have one of the greatest minds, in the state that I know. And I really look at that, and I honor and cherish that. I always thank you for your support. You're a great leader and a great organizer. So congratulations, but I know you're not going anywhere. But thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. Chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Much, Mr. President. I also like to rise in support of this resolution. Tom, congratulations to you on your retirement. You come a long way. A lot of folks don't remember you coming from the 10th Ward.
Woo, baby!
And you and your family organizing all those senior citizens, fighting against Vidoliak back in the day. And you've been organizing and growing and getting stronger all the while. I'd like to, first of all, thank you very much for standing with me. And we stood together many years ago when we fought for the ARO ordinance. You know, it was, you know, I felt strong having guys like you on my side, especially with Mayor Daley standing up there being against it, but you stood by and we continued to persevere, and we were able to help folks get affordable housing, and now it's just a normal thing, and it's getting to be more and more and more. But I want to thank you for contributing to the start of that. You guys were great, and you're committed. And I think I told you this before, Tom, back in the 80s, when I was a teenager, I was a janitor, man. And I was in the union, you know, and I know Alderman Irvin acknowledged that you all fight for a lot of minorities in your unions, but back then I was in the union, and it was me, a lot of Hispanics, and a lot of Polish. A lot of guys don't know I speak Spanish and Polish because I work with a lot of those guys. And we were making more money than all of the guys in the suits and ties, right, because of the union. We had better benefits, and it was a great thing. Fed a lot of families. You guys have been helping people for many years. I commend you. I commend your family. I commend you also, Tom, for what you have done for the Democratic Party. I know in the primary, sometimes some of us on different sides, right? And, you know, rightfully so, that's what happens. We fight against each other, but then we come together when it's against the Republicans. And you have helped many of people to become presidents, senators, congressmen, aldermen, commissioners. I mean, you've helped many people with their political careers. So I just want to say thank you. And I think we shouldn't go light on that, because SEIU really make a difference, because your folks, not only do they work on their jobs, they work when they get out here in the fields. You know, and also I want to commend you because, you know, I know in times, even with the airport situation, you know, you remind me of that, is it Skylinsky style of politics where you, Skalinsky, where you fight, you agitate, you humiliate, you do all of those things. But at the end of the day, you know how to come to the table and bring back a deal for your people. And you did that with the Rahm Emanuel administration, right? And you were able to come back to the table and bring a deal back to your people. So you don't just fight and tear the table down and be a rebel without a cause. You always have a plan, and you always get it done. And I hope that all of the folks who are following you recognize that style that, you know, is not about trying to make permanent enemies. It's trying to make permanent deals, trying to bring food back to the table for the people that you represent. And it may not happen today, but it may happen one day. So I want to commend you for your style, man. You really have style. And even when you fuss at people, you still smiling, right? Even when you fussing at people, you still smiling. But at the same time, I also want to commend your beautiful wife, who I really thought that was your daughter, Tom. I'm telling you, I'm not playing. I want to thank her and commend her for allowing you to be out on cold days, hot days, all over the country, fighting for the working people. God bless you, man, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. And the name of the organizer is Saul Alinsky. Chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Mr. Balanoff, you are a gentleman and a scholar. These past several years, working with you, these past several months, particularly on some difficult issues, you always knew where you stood with Tom Balanoff. He looked you in the eye. He told you what he was going to do. And that was he was going to advocate for working families. He was looking out for people. And most recently, as we were trying to settle some things with our 2 international airports, I got some great stories from a young lady by the name of Susie Sidlowski. Some stories of times in a basement in the 10th Ward many, many years ago. And it really humanized you as what you've been these past 50 plus years. I just want to say thank you for your dedicated service for working families. Thank you for being a man of your word. and being a strong leader. We need more Tom Balanoffs in the world these days. I hope that you, I know you're not going far, but I hope you enjoy your retirement with your beautiful family. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman O'Shea. The chair recognizes Alderman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Proud to be associated with this resolution, Tom. I want to thank you publicly because I would not be in this chamber but for support that I received from SEIU when I ran for alderman. I had a lot of good backing, but that runoff was going to be tough. And you guys were there for me, and I want to just thank you publicly for that. With that being said, I want to just thank you for your continued contributions and advocacy for working families. It was because of SEIU that I met a lot of workers from the Third Ward who keep me in tune about things going on at the airport or within the nursing homes or other places in my ward. So I want to thank you for that. You know, both of you and I are tall, and people sometimes they miscalculate that a little bit, right? So I wanted to say that looks are deceiving with you. You are mild-mannered looking, but you, and I have one other person in this council that I call a pit bull. You are definitely a pit bull, and you are a pit bull for the right reasons, which is to be an advocate for the people that you represent. I'd also call you a bull in a china cabinet. You know how to go in there and shake some stuff up, and then, but at the end of the day, it's good for the china. And so I wanted to just say to you, have a great retirement. I know you're not going to retire and just sit on your hands because you are a person that does not let grass grow under your feet. So I want to just, again, publicly thank you, congratulate you, and acknowledge all that you've done for the working families of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. The chair recognizes Alderman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution, and want to thank you for all that you've done for the working class people, and the emphasis on family, right? I remember coming to your office about 7 years ago when I was running. We were sitting down and we were talking about issues, and after we got through with those issues, the first thing that you really kind of talked to me about was my family, right? And how my family was and how they were going to be affected by this process, and how to keep them close because sooner or later they will be walking out of the doors. And every time I've talked to you since then, there may be issues that we talk about, there may be issues that we don't agree on, but every time I have a conversation with you, even today, we talked about family and how to keep them close. And so I hope in this retirement you're able to do a little bit more of that with your family. And I hope you continue to encourage the folks that you work around to keep their families close, because the work that you do is all about moving families closer to their ideal of being in a great city, in a great state, and in a great country. And that's the work that you do. And I'm proud to be associated with this, and I'm proud to call you a friend. And congratulations on all the work that you've done. And like everybody else says, we will see you very soon in some other capacity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman Scott. The chair recognizes Alderman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tom, I just want to say a few really quick words, but I just want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for everything that you've done for SEIU and for the working people, and I just want to wish you lots and lots of good health and happiness in your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Silverstein. Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Mic check 1, 2. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Balanoff, I want to thank you for all the work that you've done. Some of us are new to movement and building off of the Alinsky method and organizing and understand the power of unions, but don't have the breadth of knowledge that you bring to the table and that you've shown through all these fights. It is pleasing to hear about folks who had to fight against and lost when it came to the unions. A lot of people may view those fights as tense or as war, but I view those as an expression of love. It's an understanding of what working people have to deal with on the other end. And as someone whose parents were not part of a union, who got to watch my parents kind of waste away physically, dealing with trauma and not having the sort of benefits and the sort of support that anybody deserves when they're putting that amount of work in, to see you and the members and the leadership of SEIU really fight for that, because not just because you want to fight, because you understand that you have to fight when people don't have the bare minimum as part of their living conditions, and what that does to different generations of folks, right? Like, I, as someone growing up, again, with parents who did not have those benefits, had to take on my own trauma when people couldn't pay bills and had to take that out on different members of the family. So, like, I know that when you are on those front lines fighting for people, it's not just about legislation. It's not about who's across from the table. It's about the thousands and tens of thousands of people behind you that you're fighting for, who need you to be that kind of fighter. And so I hope that in your retirement, that both of you all get a chance to rest and take time, because it is very much a team sport to have your partners back when they're doing this kind of fight. But also that you're able to, after you've gotten some rest, to really share a lot of that wealth of knowledge and experience with those of us who are just coming in here and haven't had a chance to witness that kind of fight. You and the union bring a stability that's necessary in a time where we've seen the executive and legislative branches of this council be in discord at times and not understand what really our goal and root cause needs to be when we're coming to solutions. So I want to thank you and the members and look forward to seeing how your leadership and the seeds you have planted lead to further leaders that carry on that fight. And I look forward to fighting with all of you. So thank you all so much for that. Thank you, Tom, for everything you do. And I look forward to building with you and learning from you as you move forward. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. And I too like to raise in support of this resolution and recognition. Tom, and as a former rank and file SEIU member, I want to thank you for all your service, your decades of advocacy to build a strong labor movement. I know that you're not going to go away anytime soon, so I know we'll see you around, but I'd really, on behalf of all the rank and file of SEIU, I want to thank you for all your advocacy, your efforts, and our city is a better place because of the strong labor movement that you have helped create and support. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to rise, Tom, to congratulate you on your retirement. And boy, as they say, I'm just glad to be able to be here to say congratulations. You know, we have some history, and I think that it wasn't a bad one because it was a learning process for me. Because if you ask me now, and they say SEIU, before then I didn't know what it was, but I bet you I know now. Behind what we went through and my trying to do the right thing, running into not knowing the working family. Given my history and how I was raised, I shared that with you. But it didn't make no difference at the time. I had to pay the price for being on the other side. And now I have been able to work with SEIU members, Benny, and help to fight for the airport, get the wages up and the minimum wage. And now I know what it means for working family. But you got to learn. So that's a lesson that I got from you that really makes a difference, because now I listen to the workers who are working in these places where you're fighting for the rights for working families to be able to work in an environment where they are not threatening, an environment of welcoming and not overworking them. So I started watching for these things. That came from what the lesson that you had taught me about working families. I was just glad to be able to say, well, my community need work, but it's not just that, it's both. You need to have work, and it need to be a job that they can appreciate having, where they can raise a family from, and that's that living wage. And I appreciate you. I want to congratulate you on your retirement. We still have a lot more work to do, and I'm ready for the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Mitz. Tom has taught a lot of politicians lessons. I know that for sure. Chair recognizes Alderman Lee.
Hi. It's the first thing I'm rising in support of. And Mr. Balanoff, because I don't know you, but I haven't been living under a rock, and you are legendary. So I'm so pleased to be able to thank you on behalf of Asian Americans who are members of SEIU and all that you've provided to them in terms of living wage and the ability to raise families and learn what it is to be a part of being a citizen in this country and what that means, because it's not about just bringing home a paycheck. It's about building community. And I'm very envious of all of my colleagues who have had all of this time to get to know you. I'm going to invoke my rights and privileges as a fellow Hoosier of Indiana University to hopefully get to absorb some of your tutelage as well as I start my time here as a representative of the Asian American community and of the 11th Ward, of which obviously we have a lot of folks in common who have benefited from your work. So again, rise in support of this resolution. Congratulations on your retirement. I know if you're anything like many other people, including my father, your retirement is really just sort of a retirement in air quotes. I know you're going to be doing more and more great things as you go along, and I hope to be able to join you on some of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Mr. Chairman, Tom, I also want to be joined to say congratulations on the work you've done to help men and women in our state and in our country. I think a lot of the comments here today are very neighborhood specific in your work with men and women, but I've got a chance to work with you on the statewide level, and you're a national leader. And if we think about where we are as our country with a lot of progressive values being under attack, you've always stood up against that. And progress that we've seen in our country, bringing people together to support a range of people that need support and help. To support a guy like Barack Obama, get him in the White House and see the work that he does. But you've done so much on so many levels. I just want to say thank you for the support and partnership and friendship over the years, and God bless you and your family, and look forward to working with you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Sadlowski Garza, who has her own comments to share, but will also be sharing Mayor Lightfoot's comments, and she's unfortunately traveling today and wishes she could have been here. Alderman Garza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am privileged to stand here today to rise in support of this resolution. And I just want to say to my colleagues sitting to the left of me, some of the biggest and baddest labor leaders have come out of the 10th Ward. You are right. Tom, the Sadlowskis and the Balanoffs names are synonymous, and our relationships with our families go back longer than you and I have been alive, and that's no lie. You're the only other person besides my dad that calls me Susie, which Alderman O'Shea reminded me of. The Balanoff name has always been synonymous with union democracy and progressive politics. There's no one that knows how to educate, agitate, and organize better than you. Nobody. I have had the privilege to stand shoulder to shoulder with you on many a struggle, my brother, long before I ever became an alderman. And I am so proud of that. I am proud to call you my brother. To your family, it's not easy having a dad or a husband that's a labor leader. They're never home. They're always on the phone. Thank you so much for sharing him with all of us. I remember what that's like. I am so proud of the work that you've done for the city of Chicago. You have big shoes to fill, but I'm sure Jeannie will do it well. After all, she's a woman. I'm really proud of you, Tom. I hope you enjoy your retirement. To your family, enjoy. Throw your phone away, change your number, learn to live the life of relaxation. I look forward to seeing you on a social basis. I'm sure that'll happen. Now I'm going to switch gears. I have the honor of reading Mayor Lightfoot's comments. Just pretend I'm her. Down a little bit. Sorry. I'm a little shorter. Anyway, I have the honor of reading Mayor Lightfoot's remarks. I also stand with this entire body of this council to speak to this resolution. Chicago has been the epicenter of labor organizing. Our city is considered by many to be the birthplace of the American labor movement. To this day, my administration and city leadership have worked hand in hand with organized labor to ensure workers in our city are protected and treated with dignity. As we propel this mission, we also work every day with a focus on equity and inclusivity to create economic opportunities for all residents, especially those from underserved neighborhoods. For those reasons and more, our city owes a debt of gratitude to Tom Balanoff. Throughout his successful 50-year-long career, Mr. Balanoff has stood in solidarity with Black workers, immigrant workers, and the entire SEIU membership to defend the rights of service workers who make our economy thrive. Today, SEIU Local 1 unites 50,000 working people, including security officers, higher education faculty, school custodians, janitors, food service workers, and more. This workforce is vitally important to institutions across our region, and it's important that this union not only be inclusive, but continue seeking justice through a broader social movement. Mr. Balanoff realized the importance of his union's mission and workforce and worked tirelessly here in our state and in DC to advance their mission. He went above and beyond the call of duty in his roles as president of SEIU Local 1 and the Illinois State Council, and more to dedicate his life to enhancing the freedom of others. He was a true leader from day one. Mr. Balanoff furthered his education with a master's degree in labor and industrial relations to become an even stronger leader, and he will always be counted on whenever his skills were needed. I know I speak on behalf of SEIU members and their families when I thank Mr. Balanoff for his dedicated, fearless leadership over the years. I join City Council in wishing you, Tom, and your wife Hetty rest, health, and happiness in this next chapter of your life. And I thank you for your exemplary service to our city. Additionally, I congratulate your successor, Jeannie Kastrup, who will now become the first woman president of SEIU Local 1. That's right. It speaks volumes about Tom's leadership that he continues to make history even as he passes the torch. Thank you, Mayor Lori Lightfoot. And I just want to end with this. Solidarity forever, brother.
Thank you, Alderman Garza. And Tom, I also want to congratulate you. I'm one of the fortunate people in this chamber who have never been on the wrong side of Tom Balanoff. And to some of the freshmen here, you might be surprised to hear that the very first labor organization that endorsed me when I first ran for Alderman in 2007 was SEIU. So I thank you, Tom, for taking a chance on me. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, Tommy. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Mr. President, I know that this is very out of the ordinary, but I would like to ask to suspend the rules so that we can redirect a resolution that introduced by Alderman La Espada that was sent to rules by Alderman Reboiras, and he was joking at the time. And this is a memorializing resolution simply calling for the recognition of Roberto Clemente's place of death in Loíza, Puerto Rico, on the National Register of Historic Places. So if there is no objection by this body, can we please redirect this resolution to its proper committee, that is Committee on Health and Human Relations, and Alderman Reboiras said that he doesn't have a problem in doing so.
Are there any objections from members of council? If there aren't, seeing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Back to resolutions. Our final resolution is a resolution to recognize Arab American History Month. Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Whereas, from April 1 through April 30 each year, the United States celebrates Arab American Heritage Month. And whereas Arab Americans are a part of the fabric of Chicago and have played an important role in shaping, advancing, and enriching this city with its rich cultures, traditions, and histories. And whereas in the middle of the 20th century, Arab Americans established communities in the Chicago Lawn and Gage Park community areas. And those neighborhoods, along with many others, remain home to thriving Arab American populations. And whereas Arab Americans now have a significant presence throughout the city of Chicago, Cook County, and the state of Illinois. And whereas the United States Census Bureau reports that the statewide Arab American population is close to 143,000, although experts estimate that this number is likely significantly lower than the actual number of Arab Americans residing in Illinois. And whereas during Arab American Heritage Month, it is important to increase awareness about key issues and priorities within the Arab American community and to combat harmful stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination. And whereas Arab Americans have made innumerable contributions to academia, business, medicine, government, arts and sciences, and social justice, making our city a better place to live. And whereas the city of Chicago is deeply enriched by the diversity of its residents, and the city is proud to be home to a large and thriving Arab American population. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of Chicago, assemble this 27th day of April 2022 to hereby designate April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month in Chicago, and encourage all Chicagoans to acknowledge the contributions of Arab Americans to the vibrant culture, identity, and history of our great city.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez, who's behind that pillar if you can't see him.
I've got the best seat in the house, forgive me. It's with great pleasure that I rise to be associated with this resolution. The great Arab American community is one of our fastest growing communities in the city of Chicago and throughout our region. It's a community that is very important, particularly as we recognize the impact of immigrants and how immigrants bring so much to our country. Innovation, ingenuity, a spirit of coming together, and I think the Arab American community is certainly a part of a long legacy of creating a better country through immigration and by bringing the best of those from other countries. Unlike the perspective of our former president, the best from other countries to our country. And I'm very proud to stand with my Arab American brothers and sisters to fight for justice, not just here in the United States, but throughout our world, particularly for the Arab American community and the Arab community that is so unjustly targeted at times. It is with great pleasure that I stand to be associated with this resolution, Mr. President, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Me and Mike are competing for best seats of the House over here. How y'all doing? I also rise in support with this resolution. Alderman Rodriguez has said so much, but really thinking about like decades of where our country would look at our Arab American folks and our Middle Eastern folks and other them in ways that were completely unjust. And thinking about what all of us who are first generation here when we think about the fact that so many people come from other countries where the U.S. has first shown up to disrupt an actual country and a civilization to the point that people have to come seek refuge into our country, and then to be treated the way many were after 9/11, for example. I think it's such an amazing thing to find ourselves in a time where we're celebrating everything the Arab American community can bring and all the part of what they add to our community, as opposed to othering them, to welcoming them and celebrating. We often do resolutions about different holidays. I think this is one, to me, that's especially valuable. In the 40th Ward, we have a large community. So I hope that in decades to come, just as we've had conversations about the census and having an Asian American ward, that we get to the point where the different populations, Arab Americans, are also represented fully when it comes to government, and that the folks that are Arab American here under this chamber aren't just on that side, but also members of this council representing that community. So thank you all for everything you all do. Absolutely. Many folks come from the cradle of civilization to bring so much culture, love, and art, and everything that you all bring here. And so it's an honor for me to be a part. And so although we're celebrating you all as a community, we're all one family, and I appreciate y'all as a sibling. So thank you for everything you all do, for everything the community does, and I'm really proud to be associated with it. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Congressman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. You see the theme here. We're all behind the polls over here, but Arab Americans are seeing countless industries crucial to our city's success, such as business, technology, government, culture, law, and medicine. Currently, Arab American population in Chicago is estimated to be approximately 150,000 and growing. I've had the privilege of learning from and partnering with many Arab Americans within the 36th Ward, as the 36th Ward is home to ICCI Mosque. After hearing the significant need that they too be recognized as a minority group for purposes of the city's construction MBE program, my team and I worked with Arab American leaders and this body to pass a resolution calling for a study to be conducted regarding the inclusion of Middle Eastern or North African Americans, MENA, as a minority group for purposes of the city's construction MBE program, and really to lay the framework so that we can put MENA on the census and have the ability to be recognized. So I want to say congratulations for Arab American Heritage Month, and thank you for your patience today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
What, no campaign announcement?
Yes.
But good afternoon, good long afternoon to everyone. Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters. It is my pleasure to join my colleagues at this hour in support of Arab American History Month. Even though we are at the end of recognizing the month, I and many of my colleagues have been through many events as of late, particularly as we're celebrating the end of Ramadan. But it's interesting, as I read this resolution, when we talk about Chicago Lawn and Gage Park being among the two of many communities that are home to thriving Arab American enclaves. You know, I was from those neighborhoods. Fatima Awed would set me right in a heartbeat. And if you know her, you know exactly what I'm talking about. At Sanad, my colleagues in the 16th and 17th wards, I'm sure, you know, we deal with the Inner City Muslim Action Network. We have a proud tradition of working with our Arab brothers and sisters on the southwest side of Chicago. And while it's important for all of us who are here to pay tribute to a community that has been so integral to our city's success, we must remind ourselves too that it's easy to still fall to stereotypes. It's easy to still look for the other, and we must always make sure that our government welcomes all communities, especially the Arab American community, and doesn't look to victimize when we have no other person to blame. We've seen some of that before, My colleagues have risen up to stop that kind of behavior. But as we've seen so many times before, this can't be just remembrance and recognition. This must be action. We must stand with our brothers and sisters when it's the right thing to do, because it's always the right thing to do. So I congratulate you on your month on behalf of the community, and on behalf of the community that's watching us today, and look forward to continuing the strong traditions that have existed not only on the southwest side, but the northwest side, the suburbs, and all throughout all of the city's neighborhoods. So congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much. I definitely stand in support of this resolution as we recognize American Arab History Month and Arab American History Month. And one of the things I think Alderman Lopez just touched on it, and it's a lesson for all of us, and even in the African American community, sometimes there are perceptions, and then with those perceptions become discriminations, whether they're intentional or whether they're through just lack of knowledge. And one of the things that one of my faithful business in the community, which I have several, but Ada Food and Liquors, the Fakoris, do some great work in the 17th Ward, as well as Dearborn Foods. And my thing is that I foolishly one day, out of ignorance, and I said, in terms of the Muslim religion, and she said, "No, David, I'm Christian." And I was like, I didn't know. And we make these assumptions. And so just like there's diversity within our own races, black Christians, black Muslims, black Jews even, there's also differences within their religion, and it's important, within their ethnicity, that it's important that you get to know. Everyone is not a bad store owner. We have people like Dearborn Foods that's giving back to the community, not because they have to or they're forced to, but because they want to make a difference in the community. We have people like Saba who is working diligently on issues that affect social needs in our community. And so these are the things that makes the fabric of what Chicago, because everything that's going on, it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us. And I just want to say thank you all. And I don't think we did this, at least before since I've been in council. If we did, I missed it somehow. And we have to recognize the accomplishments, the achievements, and the value that Arab Americans are providing not only to this city, but to this state and to this country. And so let's continue to work together. Let's continue to improve our neighborhoods together and make a difference in them. So thank you all so much for coming out. Some of the three of the greatest people you can probably bring out to represent. And I just say thank you all for the work that you all do individually.
Chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Mr. President, I too rise in support of this resolution. I think it's fitting that I stand here today in this chamber as my ward superintendent, Moeen Zidan, is Arab American, and for my money, he is the best ward superintendent in the city of Chicago. So to Mo Zidan, thank you for everything you do for the residents of the 13th Ward.
Chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
Thank you very much. I wanted to recognize this special month, to recognize the contributions of Arab Americans. I will say that it has been my pleasure over the years as part of the United Power for Action and Justice Network to work with the Muslim Area Action Network on many projects in our community. In particular, it was a real honor to help participating in the leadership shown by the Arab community in the MLK Memorial down in Marquette Park, and which featured, of course, everyone who was involved in those marches, including a very prominent rabbi. So it is a testament to an American commitment to diversity and love and working together that monument came about, as well as all the really terrific action that's been done. And I'll speak on behalf of myself and Deb Silverstein, because she represents the ward in which there's a very big Arab population, and also on behalf of the Jewish community, to say that we welcome the love and respect that our communities have for one another, and we honor you this month. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Just as Alderman Smith said that she speak also on behalf of Deb Silverstein. My first introduction to the Arab American community was through Alderman Bernie Stone, who was the former alderman of the 50th Ward. I'm grateful for that introduction because I learned so much. Years ago, we had an advisory council in the Human Relations Committee, and Mr. Peterson taught us that don't get so mad at somebody else's religion or somebody else's ethnicity, because you just don't know them. So I've had an opportunity to learn Ramadan. I couldn't make it all the way through, but I did most of it. But I'm grateful for that teaching, because all of my friends and associates that I have in the 50th Ward, I appreciate them, because now we are accepting in the 34th Ward of all of those that have come to our communities. I had an opportunity to go to one of the most fabulous weddings. Oh my God, it was just absolutely outstanding. And to see the camaraderie with all of the families that we do in our own communities. So I'm grateful for that teaching of somebody else's religion, for somebody else's upbringing, that I can now instill up in my grandchildren, great-grandchildren, so that they will understand others as well and not point your fingers. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this resolution today, and I'm proud to continue to celebrate the culture of Arab Americans, not only here in Chicago, but throughout the United States. And in this month, I think we look back at the roots of Arab Americans going back a couple hundred years in the United States. We often think because of recent events or during just our lifetime, that is when the majority of Arabs came to the United States. But really 200 years ago, perhaps longer, is when the first roots and the first origins of those first people came here to live and to find a place to create that opportunity that everyone wished for. Many Arab Americans of all faiths serve both in our military. I've served with them in the Peace Corps. They have served as doctors, as lawyers, advocates throughout the United States, but especially here in Chicago, we look at the strength of the different organizations of the Arab American community. And I think it says a lot about how we as a city share these cultures. Alderwoman Smith talked about sometimes the tension is there, but I think talked about how we work together to create a better community for all. So we know that they are our neighbors, our friends, and especially our family, and we should continue to honor that and make that commitment that we all collectively want to see for everyone in our city and throughout this country to have the opportunities that we all have of freedom, the opportunities of family, of education, all of the things that we all want collectively together. So I stand in support of this resolution today, and thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alderman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the resolution honoring Arab Heritage Month. And I guess I'm excited just to be able to be an alderman to learn other nationalities. So once I start seeing the Arab community, I can share with my children. When you don't know, that's your fault. So you need to figure out and thank my community for allowing me to be able to understand, because I have some of the best relationships in terms of working with the business who are in my ward. Some were sitting in the box as we speak now, that we work very close. And one thing I share with anyone, that is, if you're going to be a business, let's be a good business. If you're going to be a good neighbor, be a good neighbor. Let's take care, and that's exactly what they do. And now there are some that may not always do, but we'll hold them accountable. And like Chairman Austin said, now you taught me something about these weddings, because I had never seen an wedding before. And it is something to behold, but I like the part where you start early in the morning. Our community got to learn something. Weddings don't start late in the evening. Early in the morning, you got all day to get through everything, you know. And the family and the kids, everybody get worn out all at the same time. But it is very exciting to see. I want to commend all of you. Celebrate your history and speak out for it, because if you don't tell your story, who's going to tell it? And that's what makes the world so great, that we're all made up of different race, different creed, different colors, different background. And one scripture in the Bible that I know for sure say that you can't count the same string of hair on your head is all different. So now you go figure that one. The world is a different place. We just all need to work in and come together and make the best of it while we're here. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations on Arab Heritage Month. Continue to celebrate and enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo many of my colleagues. Settle down. There's only a few of us left. I want to say a beautiful culture that you have, phenomenal food, extremely hard work ethic that you share, as many of us here, I know Latinos share with you, is that. And yes, you guys love to party, to dance, and to celebrate your culture in a diverse way with many other groups as people. And you're just so warm when you get there and you see your family and your kids being part of that. I want to be part of that, so congratulations. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. I also like to be recognized in support of this important resolution. Congratulations, and want to make sure that we recognize and celebrate with actions, as other colleagues have said, the heritage of our brothers, sisters, and siblings of Arab descent. So to the contributions and to all you do for our community, I want to thank you. And with actions, hopefully we can do more justice to the Arab American community, the Arab heritage community. So thank you again, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, echo the words of all of our colleagues here. The one thing I will say and add to this is not only about the diversity of your community, and I think in some relations parallels, as we both come from the same continent. So I am grateful for the relationships that I've been able to make in the council, and have learned a great deal. Now I'm with Alderman Austin about the fasting piece, about making it through. And the irony is that as you move into Ramadan, it gets later and later. So I know that is a challenging. What is it, 7:46 tonight? I believe is the time here in Chicago. And I will have an opportunity to join in an iftar this evening. So again, I think that, this job gives us access to a lot of different people. We meet a lot of different folks, a lot of different backgrounds and nationalities. So this is always a learning experience, and I'm glad to have made relations with a lot of members of the Arabic community, especially those that are in business in our community, and really value the friendships and the times we have a chance to spend and talk about different cultures and the like. But congratulations on this Arab American Heritage Month, and we wish you the best. Thank you much.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Kappelman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this ordinance.
we had the American Islamic College in the Uptown community, and I'm just very, very appreciative of it. But I wanted to mention that about 5 minutes ago, I got a phone call from a woman. She's goes to a mosque nearby. Her son was diagnosed with cancer, and he lost his vision. But she would walk him to Truman College every day. And unfortunately, his cancer came back. And she's going through all types of grief and trauma and everything else in her life. But her Muslim community have just really come up and supported her. And they're doing amazing things for her and her son. I am jealous of that. We need more religious organizations that do that kind of thing, because had she not been a member of her mosque, I don't know what would have happened. So what you do is something that we should be doing more of. So I want to thank you. Thank you so much. You make Chicago a better city. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be brief. I just want to say mahaba, shukram, for all of the contributions that you all have made to our country, to our world. A lot of sciences have come from Arab people over the years. A lot of people have actually stole a lot of things that you all have created and contributed to this world way back in the Moorish days. So I just want to thank you all. I had the opportunity to go to college with a lot of Arab guys. One of the things that I found out at that time is that you all aren't monolithic, right? That you all are very diverse in your own community. Everyone's different. So I just want to say thank you for all the contributions that you guys have made to the city. And we appreciate you, and congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. And to close, Alderman Lee will be delivering some remarks that Mayor Lightfoot had hoped to deliver to you personally, and she regrets she had to travel today. Alderman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whoa. That didn't happen earlier. I'm going to give a few brief remarks of my own to recognize and acknowledge the month, and it's Arab American Heritage Month, and words matter. So I'll speak about Arab American Heritage Month much like I talk about Asian American Heritage Month, because it is separate and distinct from just being Arab or just being Asian. Being Arab American, Asian American is a distinct experience in this country, where depending on the generation that you are, there are challenges around honoring your heritage, your cultural heritage, on forging your own path here in the United States, and what that means. So I totally get what that looks like sometimes. The term that they use for us in Chinese as an American born is juxing, and that literally means hollowed out bamboo. Did not know that until I was well into my 20s. But what I want to acknowledge here is that all of the contributions that your community has made, they're separate and distinct from what your ancestors did in your countries of origin. You're forging a path here and enriching this country and community here in Chicago and everywhere. So it's my honor to join in rising in support of the resolution. I have to get all the terms right, but I'm so glad to be here to do this, and I'm honored to deliver the mayor's remarks as well. On behalf of the mayor, I also stand with the entire body of this council to speak to this resolution. I'm proud to recognize, and beyond proud, to recognize April as Arab American Heritage Month. For decades, Arab Americans have contributed greatly to the fabric of Chicago and have played a vital role in shaping and enriching our neighborhoods through their vibrant cultures, traditions, and histories. It was during the middle of the 20th century that Arab Americans would begin establishing communities in Chicago, in Chicagoland and Gage Park neighborhoods. These neighborhoods, among many others, remain home to thriving Arab American populations to this day. Today, we're fortunate to have community representation with us. These are individuals who work tirelessly to make our city better
including leaders from the legal and faith communities, and those who work to advance racial justice, improve local communities, develop Arab American business owners and professionals, and support those in need through social services. Their presence and array of work shows us that Arab Americans are part of the fabric of our neighborhoods, our city, and our history. As we recognize Arab American Heritage Month, it is vital that we also continue to raise awareness about key issues and priorities within the Arab American community and combat harmful stereotypes, prejudice, and discrimination. Hate has no home here in Chicago, and we remain dedicated to protecting Arab Americans and other marginalized communities from such bigotry. This month, it's also important for us to recognize that many incredible contributions that Arab Americans have made to our city and to our country. Through academia, business, medicine, government, arts and science, and social justice, Arab Americans have truly made our city a better, more equitable, and more inclusive place to live. Our city continues to be deeply enriched by the diversity of our communities and is proud to be home to such a large, thriving Arab American population that helps today to make Chicago the cultural melting pot that it is today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lee. And again, happy to be joining you to celebrate Arab American Heritage Month. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So,
let's get the resolution.
Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion for passage of the resolutions?
Mr. President, I move passage of the resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell?
I now move we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Spizzato?
I would like to temporarily suspend the rules.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, sir. For what?
Oh, I'm sorry, for what?
For the recognition of three awesome people that have helped us throughout the years. So I'd appreciate if we could take a little time looking for some help from Manny, and that is to recognize Gerald, Curtis, and Lucia for all they've done for us. I don't know if many people know here, Curtis is gone, Gerald will be gone at Friday's his last day, and Lucia's been gone for 4 months, but we never had a chance to recognize her and tell her how much
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Okay, now you know what it's about. Where's Manny? Manny, we need your help to get him in the box. Where's Manny when I need him? Manny said he would take care of that.
Sergeant at Arms, please put them in the box.
All right, former Sergeant at Arms, put yourself in the box. Okay, so now that we know what we're doing, I guess I'll bat lead off.
Okay, Chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Gerald, Lucia, Curtis, just want to thank you guys for all you did for us. Gerald, Lucia, I guess you're both just kind of wandering around out there, not sure what you're going to do, but we appreciate the couple of years we had you. You're awesome. You're always there for us. You were always smiling, always friendly, keeping us informed. And Curtis, you're just a bundle of joy. I didn't realize you've been with us for as long as you have been when we talked about how long you've been here. Wish you the best too. You do have a job. You're working. You're running a campaign, I understand, for the governor in the 7th and 8th ward. Is that what you're doing? Something like that. But I just want to thank all of you. I know we all appreciate you. We wanted to have, the day couldn't have went any worse, folks. They wanted to have a little reception for them. We were, oddly enough, hoping that we'd finish about 1:30. A few of us aldermen sponsored a lunch on behalf of them, and that's Alderman Hopkins, Garza, Quinn, Burke, O'Shea, Wagisback, myself, Nugent, Napolitano, Riley, Smith, Kappelman, Gardner, Tunney, and Osterman. So just want to, what about the what? We gave you the opportunity to pick up lunch if you wanted. You forgot about that. But anyways, I just want to thank you all for all you did. Hopefully people could stick around a little afterwards. Whether you wanted to sponsor lunch or not, Jason, you're still welcome to indulge with us. So you already have. Okay, there you go. Well, have a second sandwich. Thank you, Mr. President. And now I turn it over to some of my other colleagues that would like to say nice things about these awesome people.
Thanks, Alderman Sposato. You, Jason. Chair recognizes Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. President. You could have brought us a sandwich too, you know. But thank you, Mr. President. I too am just absolutely proud to be associated with this resolution. Thank you, Alderman Sposato. You're always so very thoughtful of those that serve us. To Curtis, I wondered where you were at today. And it was like I had to ask Alderman Harris, where's Curtis? You know, because I have to think in terms of you as my protector. Because you've been there for me on so many occasions that, you know, when you feel like you're alone or you can't do this, you can't do that, you've always been there for me. I'm grateful for that protection that you have given me in this city council. Lucia, wow. Okay, so with you, I'm going to just say forgive me. I haven't always been as nice. I've taken your head off. I've chewed you up. But you were so gracious about it. So I have to say forgive me for all of that because you were truly, truly a lady. And I thank you for that. Gerald, I'm so glad you're gone. You don't call me on Sunday no more. Oh. I tell you, Gerald, ever since that I've had an opportunity to be one of those that the mayor have assigned to, I'm going to really miss you. I'm going to miss you because I feel like our relationship have grown very, very close, even though you do call me on Sunday and I fuss at you. When do you give the Lord any time? But for those times that you have called me on a Sunday, thank you for the enlightenment that you've given me, that we've had an opportunity to talk more than just about business. And for that, I will be forever grateful. I've read several places where you're going to Mexico. Did you buy 2 tickets or just one? But whatever your next endeavor is, stay the kind-hearted person that you are. All of this time that I've known you, you've never raised your voice. You've always just said, whatever, Alderman, whatever, Chairman. And that part of you, I will truly, truly miss. Especially delivering a message to that gentleman that's hanging on the wall over there by the name of Manny. But you have been an enlightenment to me. I feel like you're one of my sons. So I'm grateful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to say we wish you well in your next chapter in your life. I have seen you come in the door from not knowing what to do to running all over everybody trying to get things done. And that was just a testimony to the commitment that you had to doing the best job that you possibly could do. I've seen Gerald and Lucia when you were over the license committee and your first beat up, you know, and the committee, and we had to get Chairman Irvin over there straightened out. Don't start in on folks like that right away, you know. Let them get to know where they're going first. So I really appreciate what you all have contributed to where we're at today. What I would like for you to do in your moving around, let people know what government is all about and how hard you have to work. And the work that is put in may not seem like it, but I know that you don't have a life because, like my colleagues, you're too busy calling us all over the night on Sundays. I'm like, well, what is this for? Well, what is this for? But it was all good. You're trying to to make sure you cross your T's and dot your I's so you can have everything, all your ducks lined up in a row. So I really appreciate the work that you put in, the late hours that you stayed to get it done, not only for the aldermen, but for the mayor's administration as well. Curtis, I'm gonna miss you running up around in this chambers here, opening these doors and making it happen for us and making sure that our meetings are being conducted like they should. And, you know, you will truly be missed. He was a healthy young man around here, and no way we could miss you. So keep up the great work, brother. You put your steps in every day. I see you get it done, and you don't let it stop you not one bit. So looking forward to working with you on the other side, wherever that might land you at. Please know that we are here to support and continue to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Garza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to start left to right. Curtis, when I got your email, I was like, oh my God, not Curtis. You are such a kind soul. You're a big man with a big heart, and you will be missed here, but I know our paths will cross because you are a South Sider, so you are really good at what you do, and you do it with love and kindness, and I admire you very, very much. Lucia, it hasn't been the same since you left. You always kept me well informed. You worked tirelessly with me on a lot of pieces of legislation, and you always returned phone calls, you always returned emails. You are a true professional. I wish you nothing but the best, and I am so proud of you for taking care of yourself, young lady. Good for you. Gerald, you are an amazing young man that conducts yourself with dignity, and you treat all of us with such respect. For that, I am truly grateful. I am very, very humbled that I've got to know all three of you. You guys all have my phone number. Please reach out if you're ever in the 10th Ward, because I would be happy to extend a hand or open my door and let you in. So thank you for all you've done for the city of Chicago. Appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's never too late to say thank you, and it's never too late in the day to pay tribute to a job well done. So thank you to the three of you. I'm going right to left, Alderman Garza. Gerald, I always appreciated the diligence, the thoroughness, your attention to detail, the professionalism that you brought to the job. Lucia, you have a 100% reply rate on follow-up. Every conversation we had where you had to follow up on something, you did it, and you did it in a timely manner, and I appreciate that. Curtis, you and I go back a long way, my friend, a lot of years, so I know this is not goodbye, this is see you later. Good luck to the three of you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I could think of no better way to end this than to just call the quorum on behalf of this council, because I think that would be the only thing suitable for the IGA folks sitting in a booth who don't have to worry about running up and down trying to get us all in the room, or the sergeant at arms trying to... I didn't say roll call, I said a quorum call. Yes, the electric quorum call, please. But no, I guess I'll hold that for now, so my colleagues can say their congratulations. But I know that I was probably your favorite cat to try to herd, even before a few weeks ago. And I give you awesome amount of kudos for trying to do your job with me. Curtis, I'll see you on the trails. But wish you all the best. Look forward to everything you do, and I'm so glad that young leaders are on the move, pursuing their path forward. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, President. First of all, Curtis, I just want to thank you for when I came in as an alderman, just being gracious enough to make sure that I had what I needed. And you've always done things in a gracious way. You've always spoke in the morning. Sometimes I'm running, and you teach me to remember how to speak to people. Good morning, good morning. And that matters because we get into our own worlds, we move in a lot, and you've made me conscious of that sometimes I have to stop and say good morning to people because we're moving. So I want to say thank you for that. That's added value to my life. And so continue to do what you do as you're out there serving, wherever you go. Always remember, help the least of these. We're not just in position to be in position, we're in position to make a difference. And so always remember that, and I know you will do that. Lucia, it's weird that, not weird, but it's just accurate that what Alderman Hopkins said. With you, I had never had to worry about you getting back, any issue or anything like that. And so I appreciate you for doing that, keeping us informed, following up. Gerald, I didn't think that could be what I call another Samantha. Having dealt with other administrations and their nastiness, and I know you got to push. You work for the mayor. You have to push the mayor's agenda, but there's a way to do that. And so if somebody don't disagree with you, it don't have to be nasty. And you have exemplified that. Both of you have. But Gerald, we talked a lot, and you've always done that. You pushed in terms of making sure, hey, it was information. Do you have this information, David? You're saying no, but do you know this? Do you know that this is going to benefit? This is going to help. Not so much in a nasty way that, oh, you should be doing this. And I've seen that in other administrations. So I want to say thank you. Keep that heart, keep that spirit, and doing the right thing to help and benefit people. And I wish you all much success. And I know you would do well in anything that the three of you do. God bless you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief also. Curtis, you are we're just left being a part of a squad of Sergeant at Arms personnel who has raised the bar of professionalism from when I first became an alderman, has always acted with grace and politeness, and also made me feel very secure all the time. So I'm really proud of the work you did and really wish you the best. Lucia, oh my goodness, it seems like from the beginning, you've been here from the beginning of this administration, right? Or close? No, close? And this has been an incredible learning experience, I would say, for everyone. It's like getting on a rocket ship, after you've just flown a paper airplane, is kind of beforehand. And so the work has been intense, and we've had a lot of really great times working on, ethics legislation and a lot of other tough issues. And I so respect what you've done, and really also wish you the best when you're done resting. And Gerald, you're truly a professional's professional under very, very tough circumstances, because this is a tough work environment on all fronts. And I think nothing can prepare you for a future in, high-level diplomacy, solving problems, in the Mideast or perhaps with Russia or something like that, than working in a meeting, working in the Chicago City Council. And I mean that really from the bottom of my heart. When you're able to negotiate that kind of thing, you're a master. So for all of you, it's been such an honor and a pleasure to work with all three of you. And I'm really grateful for Nick for making sure that we carved out this space to say thank you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you're president today. Again, I just wanted to rise and thank you all for your service, not only to the council, but to the 28th Ward individually. All of your works and deeds from, I won't go into any personal stuff, but again, I just want to say thank you. And you, Jarrell, where's my vacant lot ordinance that you promised me that you were going to get done before you got it? It's on the way. That's typically he's a private citizen now. But nonetheless, these guys have always delivered, always worked on above and beyond a call of duty to advance the work of not only the council but the community. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time, and wish you the best in the next chapters of your life.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. Just want to say thank you, guys. Thank you for your public service. You guys are part of this family.
Yeah.
You know, I look at all of you all as family. You know, Jarrell and Lucia, you all used to call me late at night and call me on Sundays. You know, when I be, you know, in the reclining chair, you know, I used to be like, man, why they call, you know? I just want to say thank you for your service. You all have served the mayor very well. I'm sure wherever else you go, you're going to serve them very well. And Curtis, you know, like the alderman said, you do make us feel secure here. You know, I mean, I always feel like my back is covered when you are around, because you take care of the business. You even, you know, make sure we go the right way and do what's right in this council. So I know each and every one of you all are going to do great wherever you go. I wish you well in your endeavors and with your career. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea in Alderman Tunney's seat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say to the three of you, I've certainly enjoyed these last several years with all of you for different reasons. Gerald, somebody's going to be real lucky to get you. The job you've done, particularly these last few months, has been noted here under extremely difficult circumstances. Always appreciated you. I couldn't imagine dealing with us on a regular basis. Lucia, you've been gone, but you're certainly not forgotten. Always enjoyed working with you, and we always tried to have a laugh as we went back and forth on different issues. I wish you luck also. Curtis, probably the best hugger in the building. I'm going to miss that. Every time I would walk in here, you'd come up and you'd give me a big hug and you'd pick me up and you'd lift me off the ground. Oh, yeah, yeah. You thought I was done with you, didn't you? But wish all the three of you the best. Look forward to seeing you in the future, and hopefully we all get an opportunity to work together again. God bless you all.
Thank you, Alderman. Before I recognize, Chair recognizes Alderman Nugent.
To the three of you, best of luck, and thank you for all of your support and friendship, Curtis, Lucia, Gerald. And I went through all of the Hamilton quotes because of Gerald to try to find the one for today, and some of them were inappropriate. But the one that I landed on was, stand by. Oh, where'd it go?
Go, Nuge.
Sorry, we'll just say you can finally be in the room where it happens and leave it at that one for you. Best of luck. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alderman. Before I recognize Alderman Sposato to close, I'd also like to congratulate the three of you. And Curtis, we love you. We're going to miss you a lot. You've always been a real pleasure to work with. I wish you the very best. And Lucia, I know I've always been pretty hard on you. But you are an incredible professional, and people will be very lucky to get you on their team. So congrats. And you, Gerald, also, team here. I'm pretty brutal on you too. But you've been given some really difficult assignments, and you've always executed those with grace and professionalism. And I know that you've had to get a lot of talking to from us. And even during the most heated conversations, you always kept your composure and really, truly were a professional. That applies to you too, Lucia. So I wish you guys all the very best, and hope you do come back and visit and see us soon. So congratulations to all three of you. Take care. Alderman Sposato to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to close. I just want to once again tell all of you how much we appreciate you. This council doesn't agree on a lot of things, but I believe 50 people agree on the awesomeness of all three of you. You have 50 people here you could go to any time for a job reference. So best wishes to all of you. God bless you and appreciate you for everything. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Congratulations, guys.
Alderman Sposato moves to return to the regular order of business. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Omnibus. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Omnibus.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, are we on? We are. We're on omnibus.
All right. Well, Mr. President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favored roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
All those in favor of the motion to adjourn signify by saying aye. Opposed? The motion is carried. The council is adjourned.